morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jolanta Guzy-Pasiak. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th International Musicological Conference Polish Music Abroad, titled Warsaw Autumn Festival, Its Role and Significance for the Musical Life of the Countries on Both Sides of the Iron Curtain and After Its Fall. A physical event planned for 2020, from sessions and panels to concerts and much to nourish the mind and soul, switched unfortunately to a virtual meeting due to the coronavirus. I'd like to begin by expressing our thanks to those who worked hard and long to prepare all the events we enjoyed these 2 days with the members of the program committee. I called their names: Beata Bolesławska-Lewandowska, Iwona Lindstedt, Mieczysław Kominek, Jerzy Kornowicz, and I. The conference is organized by the Department of Musicology of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences, in collaboration with the Polish Composers Union and Warsaw Autumn Festival. I will now call on the head of Musicology Department of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences, Professor Paweł Gancarczyk, to officially open the conference.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of the director of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences, Professor Ewa Dalik-Turek, as well as my own, I'd like to welcome you most sincerely to the conference devoted to the role and significance of the Warsaw Autumn Festival. This is already the 4th conference in the series Polish Music Abroad, organized by the Institute of Art. The previous ones were concerned with Polish musicians, mainly composers, who were active outside Poland, for example in France and United States, during the 20th century. 3 volumes of post-conference papers have already been published. Many thanks are due to my wonderful colleagues, Professor Jolanta Guzy-Pasiak, who heads the project, and Professor Beata Bolesławska-Lewandowska, for their commitment to developing and initiating research into Polish music abroad, and for organizing this conference as well. I would also like to thank members of the program committee, Professor Iwona Lindstedt, Mieczysław Kominek, and Jerzy Kornowicz. I am delighted that the Polish Composers Union is a co-organizer of this event and that we meet today on the eve of the inauguration of the 64th Warsaw Autumn. The idea for holding such a conference came about as a result of Polish-Georgian cooperation. At the beginning of May 2019, together with Beata Bolesławska, we participated in the 3rd International Musicological Conference in Tbilisi. Listening to various papers and discussions, not only of our Georgian colleagues, we realized just how important the Warsaw Autumn Festival was for the musical life and for the work of composers from the old Soviet Union. When all flushed with excitement, we told Jolanta Guzy-Pasiak about it. She immediately seized this idea. And so today we, researchers from 11 countries, meet in order to consider the significance of this festival on both sides of the Iron Curtain. The history of the Warsaw Autumn Festivals demonstrates the importance of reception of live music and personal contacts between artists and listeners, all those things that were largely taken away from us by the pandemic. Unfortunately, today we are still meeting online. But I hope that we will have many more opportunities to meet in person. You are cordially invited to Warsaw Autumn, and to the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences. So let us have fruitful discussions and may we return to normal life soon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paweł, very much. Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm also very pleased to host all of you here for this conference. And thank you, Paweł, for recollecting this very beginning ideas, the very initial ideas for this conference. And of course, it was very clear for us that the natural partner for this conference should be the Polish Composers Union, the organizer of Warsaw Autumn Festival from its establishment in 1956. So I'm very happy to welcome now the president of the Polish Composers Union, Dr. Mieczysław Kominek, and invite him here to say a few words to all of us. Hello.
Thank you, Beata. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of the Polish Composers Union, partner of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences, at a conference dedicated to the Warsaw Autumn International Festival of Contemporary Music. The Polish Composers Union initiated the festival in 1956 and has organized its successive editions ever since. There was only one year, 1982, when the Warsaw Autumn did not take place because the communists declared a martial law in Poland in order to suppress the Polish dream of freedom embodied in the Solidarity Independent Self-Governing Trade Union. At that time, the Polish Composers Union refused to hold the Warsaw Autumn, which was to serve the state authorities as proof that the situation in the country was back to normal. Here we come to the central subject of our conference, which deals with the role and significance of the Warsaw Autumn for music life on both sides of the Iron Curtain. In that period, the Warsaw Autumn was a symbol of Polish culture's freedom, as well as a platform for unrestrained cultural exchange in the field of contemporary music between the East and the West. I am eagerly looking forward to hearing your opinions and comments on this subject. Here is a wonderful time and fascinating. Have a wonderful time and fascinating debates during the conference. The Warsaw Autumn Festival, its role and significance for the musical life of the countries in both sides of the Iron Curtain and after its fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mieczysław is staying with us and will be chairing the first session, so we will see again soon. And now I would like to invite the director of the Warsaw Autumn Festival. And I would like to say that our conference is included into the program of this year's festival as a fringe event. And all the conference visual identification is the same as for the whole festival. So we are very happy about that. And now it's the time for the director, Jerzy Kornowicz, to say a few words to us.
Hello, good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you and to enrich our program of festival with reflection on the festival, its past and nowadays. And let me say that this last element, current time, is for me personally the most even important than the question of the past. However, in every respect, the fact that you are here It proves that this rule of the Warsaw Autumn Festival was significant, and I hope that current life of the festival constitute also important part of its activity. Let me introduce share a few my thoughts about festival and to inform you a little bit about the current and especially about the present edition of the festival. Of course, this is an image from the point of view of the current director of the festival, and so everything will filter my opinions. And I assume that about the past, as I said, you can learn more from. I can learn more from you than you can learn from me. The tasks of the Warsaw Autumn change at various stages of its function. The legend of the festival has gone down in the story that the authorities of the Polish Composers Union used a trick to persuade the first secretary of the Polish Workers' Union's party at the midst of the 50s after Stalin's death to agree to the first Warsaw Autumn edition. Namely, the festival was to be an artistic forum, but also an ideological platform where the socialist countries would show how much they dominate the fallen music of the West. So it was a trick, and it worked. They persuaded it this way to secretary. As we know, the actual assumptions of the festival were that Warsaw Autumn was to be a platform of meeting various musical ideas, artists from the different countries, and above all, an expression of freedom in creative search. The first dozen or so editions were also aimed by catching up in information about music of first half of the 20th century. Hence, for example, many pieces of the New Vienna School in the festival's program. It brought freedom, at least at events. It was a fundamental quality that changed, at least a little, a quality of the life of the festival audience. And as we know, Poles were not the only ones. Festival Autumn, Warsaw Autumn, being from the beginning of the 60s, was a place of manifestation of a new generation of Polish and from so-called of Russian bloc composers. Polish ones creating the so-called the Polish School of Composers, cooperated in this way with the Polish Film School and Polish Jazz, with the Jazz Jamboree Festival, which was also established in 1956. It was the case until the end of the 1980s. The Warsaw Autumn contained reports from the free world, the voice of Polish and other composers from this side of the Iron Curtain, to the works of the West. I have the impression that this focus is very important, that the freedom and aesthetics tasks of the festival in Poland were less sociocultural in depth than in countries where Western music was created. The freedom could be manifested mainly through aesthetics and not by thoughts and ideas. It was too early for that. The Warsaw Autumn knew where to go until the end of the 1980s. The postulates of freedom constituted its sufficiently strong corpus, and the contemporary modernist movement was a rich collection of works. The goal was clear: to show a piece of the free world through its aesthetic manifestations. It turned out that this formula was highly appreciated by both the festival audience and the Polish music community, and no Polish also. A lot started to change in the 1990s. The momentum of modernism in the aesthetic sense has weakened. The society immersed in changes, began to have other ways of contacting the free world. And finally, freedom broke out in Poland. Warsaw Autumn undoubtedly played a part in this thought, the matrix of values it promoted. But the intelligentsia and young circles of the 1990s transformation period did not need the festival as pars pro toto while looking for their identity. It took a dozen or so transition years for the recipient of the Warsaw Autumn Festival to redefine itself and even mature in the form of a new generation. It defined relative to the new reality. The process of forming a new generation and new audience for the festival has begun. The merits for my preceders were great in this. Krzysztof Knittel, who was the director of the festival in its most difficult financial period in 1995 till 1999, and above all, Tadeusz Wielecki, who was the director of the Warsaw Autumn in 1999-2016. Krzysztof Knittel gave the festival new energy and ideas. Tadeusz Wielecki based the festival on the sense of significance and seriousness of the musical message, reaching new young generations, and new non-classical concert venues in various places in Warsaw. It can be said that the present format of the festival has been developed thanks to them. Thanks to this strategy, the number of tickets started to be sold for the festival was reached the level of several thousand. They were able to find convinced to festival a new young man who already has problems and goals in his life other than just freedom. Questions came about what to do with this freedom. As the financial stabilization of the festival resulting from Poland's recovery from the economic collapse, it turned out that what the audience of the festival is facing and the festival itself is unknown. Instead of simple answers, the resulting freedom brought culture knows such answers. Both the festival and the society had to stand in front of being that had yet to be given form and value. And it is a circumstance that shapes this festival to this day. The festival as an expression of cognitive search, but also with aspirations to change the world for a better. Here we come to such socio-cultural aspects, characteristic of a cognitive attitude, such as the objectivity of science, changes in the means of artistic expression related to new technologies, the increasing role of ideas and messages in music, bringing new music closer to theater, film, and visual arts. Thus, modernism is still alive, not as an aesthetic category, but as a sphere of synonymous with cognition, as a modernism of means of expression, but in relation to ideas. In this way, the festival is not an enemy of the past. As Tadeusz Wielecki said, Warsaw Autumn is a festival with memory. No new idea is born out of nowhere. In order to interpret the past time, present time, it is even necessary to refer to the past. What drives the festival today is not what we know, some obvious tasks, but what we don't know, the unknown. And this is this blessed state of cognitive balance between the memory of modernity given once and for all? Seemingly, yes, at least in the long run, because nothing in art will free you from expressing a man in face of the truth. No service to authority or any applicable convention will relieve from this obligation. But also by fighting for the truth, and I have the impression that the young generation of composers does it to a greater extent than in the past. One can fall into too obvious musical journalism, which is local in nature. Opposition to reality, otherwise aesthetically justified, may dismiss the reflection on being in line with universal knowledge and such objectively existing issues. On the other hand, the last thing that would serve contemporary art is banal beauty, which is the drama of today's creative choice. A few data about the festival based on data from research commissioned by independent institutions. Number of the tickets sold over 12,000. There are other people present at non-ticket ticket events. Age of recipient, our audience, the center is between 18 and 35 years old. So this is an age of intense cognitive development. Education, 80% higher education. Average attendance at the festival, 4 events from the whole program. The number of the people who have already attended the festival, 70%. Newcomers, 13%. 30%. The festival is perceived as a young, in character, independent, inscribed in the city and in the context of the moment. Festivals have had their own times since the times of Tadeusz Wielecki. I am developing this direction. The theme does not change the nature of the festival, which remains an overview of what is happening in Poland and in the world. It is a suggestion of a context for the interpretation of a festival's message. I must admit that I'm trying to make the festival like exhibition of the visual arts, also have its overriding idea and message, and not only those that are the result of the presented works. There are the ideological, let's say, but it's not a good term, keys of a festival, of the festivals in the last years when I was already director of it. 2017, Trans Avant-Garde, on the power of modernism, referring to the 60s of 20th century. 2018, Respublika, state, community, different identities, in counterpoint to the 100th anniversary of the Polish independence. 2019, Pneuma, about intuitive cognition and spirituality today. 2020, Music and the WED. 2021, current edition, Immersion. I can betray that the theme of the festival in 2022 will be other music in contemporary music. I will not give you details because they are a secret of the kitchen. The festival aspires to present all the music that is being creating today, and not only a part of it being created today, but only a part of it. We leave music like meta-stylistics and with references with too literal to the past. We left this music to a different musical circuit, harmonious and festivals with a different formula. We are aware of a similar attitude as festivals such as the Nałęczingen, Musiktage, Huddersfield Musical in Stuttgart, partly Merz Music and others. The festival runs in 4 streams. In mainstream, Little Warsaw Autumn addressed to children aged 2 to 4, Warsaw Autumn Clubby, following the common feel of the contemporary and club music, and accompanying events organized by other entities and regardless of an independently from festival. And these events are as a recommendation of the festival. We are trying to fit the festival into synergic activities. Its shape would have been different if it were not for the cooperation and contribution to the festival of the leading cultural institutions of the state and the city of Warsaw. If not for the contribution of non-government organizations also participating in the Warsaw Autumn organization. We develop orders, we develop commissions and common productions with other leading European festivals. It will be visible at the current edition of the festival. We are also developing our presence in the internet by streaming events, which launched last year due to the pandemic, significantly increased Poland and international access to the festival. There are many indications that Warsaw Autumn has a strong identity. It has the image of its for its recipient, the goal of which is participation in the social cognitive process through contemporary art. I'm curious about your impressions after your stay and perceiving of the festival events. So until the next meetings at the conference and during the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the welcome address, for all of the important words. Now it's time to turn our attention to the first session. Due to the fact that our conference is streamed, we start precisely at 11. I will now call on the chairs Dr. Mieczysław Kominek and Professor Beata Bolesławska-Lewandowska. I hope you have been enjoying the conference. Thank you very much.
Once again, we'll start our conference, and now the first session. In the first session, we will have three speakers. Nana Sharikadze of the Sarashvili Tbilisi State Conservatory in Tbilisi, Georgia, will speak about the Warsaw Autumn as a soft power in the bipolar world. Marianne Nowak of Ulm University, Germany, will present her text titled One of the Most Important Manifestations of Poland's Newly Gained Cultural Freedom, the Early Warsaw Autumn from the West German Perspective. And finally, Daniel Elsik of Royal Holloway in London will discuss the Polish-Soviet musical exchange, composers' delegation in the 1960s. Now on to Nana Sharikadze, associate professor and rector of the Sarashvili Tbilisi State Conservatory. Her research and teaching are focused on 20th century music, totalitarian regimes, contemporary musical theater, national identity, and her research has been supported by Georgian President Scholarship and the DAAD in 2012, Berlin, as well as the Polish Institute of Culture in 2019, Warsaw. She is a member of the National Union of Georgian Composers and Musicologists and was a member of the Authorization Council for Higher Education Institution of Georgia, 2017-2018. Nana, the floor is yours.
Nana, I'm sorry, but we can't hear you. Can you just turn down your presentation and unmute your micro, because we can't hear you at the moment, sorry.
Is that okay now?
Yes, yes, it's perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you once again for introducing me. I'm very happy to be part of this important event. So I will start my presentation, Warsaw Autumn as the soft power in the bipolar world. In the late 90s and 80s of the last century, Joseph Nye, an American political scientist and Harvard University professor, first used the term soft power in his book, Born to Lead: The Changing Nature of American Power, according to which power was considered to influence the behavior of others in order to get the desired outcome and to shape the preferences of others through appeal and attraction. It's generally accepted that one of the pillars of soft power is culture. Looking through the prism of changing mindsets, the Warsaw Autumn Festival turned out to be the soft power in culture for the socialist bloc long before Mr. Nye's statement, because the festival strived to foster the exchange of views and ideas, promote knowledge of other cultures, and build bridges between communities. Thus, it aspired to promote a positive image of cultural diversity, highlighting it as a source for innovation and development. And it was all about opening up and assessing the information within the allowed territory in post-Stalin times. Warsaw seemed to be the window for current developments in art music. The festival promoted various musical styles and trends and therefore acted as an information icebreaker, and in accordance with Joseph Nye's words, the best propaganda is not propaganda. A lot has been said about the importance of the Warsaw Autumn Festival through the lens of the contradicting political blocs, but it's also essential to examine the role of the festival within the boundaries of the Soviet Union. Certainly, it was the idea of discovering contradicting political blocs through music during the Soviet times until the 1991. And during this time, festival has been representing, I will quote Liza Jakielski, one of the most important zones of the cross-border cultural contacts during the Cold War, for its eclectic programming featured musical works and performers from both the Soviet and American zones of cultural, political, and economic influence. The end of the quote. Not less important was the approach to expose the diverse musical developments, including the unofficial art music, already banned by the Soviet ideology. This is why the role and function of the International Music Festival Warsaw Autumn has been widely examined by the researchers throughout the world, such as Liza Jakielski, Adrian Thomas, Cindy Bailander, Stefan Jaruzinski, Beata Bolesławska-Lewandowska, and others and others. And it should be mentioned that a lot has been said about the importance of the Warsaw Autumn from the perspective of the West and East cultural boundaries, but I think it's also essential to examine the role of the festival within the boundaries of the Eastern political bloc and Soviet composers, and in particular the Soviet Union, since the contribution of the festival was invaluable for the countries kept under the Iron Curtain, including Georgia. So, firstly, it should be mentioned that the space which was created by the Warsaw Autumn Festival was shifting from invented musical reality to the real one. Soviet Union created a world in the world and narrowed it to its political boundaries, which had its own reality with the rules, status, ideology, aesthetical basics, cultural space, and the cultural center. Entire cultural policy was centered around the official status of the arts based on the social realism, which in return had its own integration space called Soviet Union, covering 15 republics, nothing to say about the socialistic countries of the Eastern Europe, and one cultural center, Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. Ministry of Culture, as a state patron and supporter of the culture and art, was watching out for spreading and disseminating the Soviet identity through culture in the masses. Georgian publicist and writer Akaki Bakradze described the state in the literature as follows, and we can spread it also to music, quoting, "Any doctrine was expression of Russia's interest, which considered the interest of Georgia only to the extent of being acceptable for Russia. What is good and admissible for Russia is good and admissible for Georgia and for all non-Russians. We have become one of the Russia's provinces like Tambov or Kaluga regions." The Warsaw Autumn Festival was considered to end this isolation of the musical reality and become a real flagship for modernism. There was certain kind of contradiction. The music that was restricted in the Soviet Union was weirdly loud and turned out to be an afforded ground for new findings and inspiration in Warsaw. Furthermore, the festival as a separate part of the Cold War politics was matching well the competitive feelings with the Western Bloc of the ideological fathers, and therefore was fully supported financially by the state and institutionalized shortly. The help from the authorities implied both full financial backing of the participating musicians as well as festival attendance related expenses of all delegations from the countries of the Eastern political bloc annually, including Soviet republics. Ideology and music have always been closely linked through the history of music. The histories of various nations, countries, and political systems have demonstrated different forms of this relationship so far. It would be difficult to find another music festival in the world that managed to introduce musical concepts and aesthetics that were intolerable for the Soviet ideology. In that regard, the festival in Warsaw might be considered as a soft power in the bipolar world, and that's exactly what makes it so crucial and indispensable for the countries under Soviet rule. Warsaw Autumn was significant for Soviet music, including Georgian compositional school, for several reasons in addition. From Soviet perspective, although the festival was a place for all musical tastes and the traditional approaches to music as well, it was advocacy of the formalism, officially gathering information already accumulated in the West and contributing to their publicity. And that was very important for Georgian music compositional school, since after isolation, to grasp the fresh air was crucial for us. The most valuable part of the publicity was that the festival acted as a channel of information financed by the system, and therefore it turned out to be the only place for Soviet composers to get information on an annual basis systematically. Hence, the role of the Warsaw Autumn Festival should be considered carefully, as well as the influence of the aesthetics should be taken into account. That's another question: to what extent Soviet composers were allowed to realize the new findings, and to what extent they were actually open towards the newly discovered global musical reality. We're actually talking about the Soviet Union, which, as it was claimed by famous Georgian philosopher Merab Mamardashvili, represented the country where attacking the freedom formed the main attitude for the life and culture. Thus, the issue about the real, though in culture, should be discussed concisely, but I will omit this in my presentation today. Soviet ideology had very strong position to use the Warsaw Autumn Festival as a touristic direction for the ruling party. That was a political decision aiming to give the Soviet musical class this sense of being abroad in Europe. I can't agree more on Lisa Jakiewski's judgment on mobility at the festival, where the, quoting, various levels of the influence through mobility are examined, such as top-down international contacts among socialist state institutions, which resulted in carefully curated performances of cultural diplomacy that tended to reinforce prevailing notions of East-West oppositions. The composer, and end of the quote, the Composers Union of the USSR was building up the delegation from the Composers Union of 15 Soviet republics annually and sending them to the Warsaw Autumn Festival. However, the Soviet Union had always been sending two types of official groups at the festival. Official delegation of the Warsaw Autumn Festival, mainly represented by the key composers, not necessarily being performed during the festival, critics and performers, so-called official guests of the festival. And another delegation was in the capacity of official guests of the Polish Composers Union. Which Georgian composers were involved in this pilgrimage and how? Let's track the attendance of Georgian composers on the Warsaw Autumn Festival year by year from 1956 till 1991. And I would like to extend my big gratitude to the festival organizers and to the archives and to the Composers Union archive also, where I had possibility to work in 2019. And I got full support from them, so I would like to extend my gratitude to them for this possibility, since this data is coming from Polish archives. The table below illustrates composers whose pieces were performed. This is Taktakishvili, Tsintsadze, and Rancelli. Taktakishvili was performed twice on the festival. In different years, and also shows the information about those who attended the festival in both capacities, as festival's official guests and as well as Polish Composers Union guests. First appearance happened in 1958 with Otar Taktakishvili's piano concert that was delegated by the USSR Composers Union to be performed on the festival. Then it was followed a year later by Sulhan Tsintsadze's Quartet number 2, and only after 32 years, Rancelli appeared on festival in different years in 1991, 95, 97, and then 2007. Unfortunately, unofficial Georgian music, represented by Natella Svanidze and Mikhail Shugliashvili, has never been presented. Natella Svanidze, one of the neglected Georgian women composers of the Soviet times, and Mikhail Shugliashvili as a unique representative and one of the founders of the Georgian unofficial so-called repressed music, the only composer that had never been a member of Communist Party and had never been abroad. On the one hand, if we look at this picture, on the one hand, Georgian music kept an eye on the development of its own traditional approaches and synthesizes those with contemporary language, showing that it was not possible to seize links with the tradition. But on another hand, a very important trend of the Georgian music was omitted by the USSR Composers Union. This was the exact moment in which the distinction between official and unofficial music was born. Unofficial Georgian music was full of experiments and new ideas that were not in line with the official concepts of the ruling party. It might be said that unofficial Georgian music represented by Natalia Svanidze and Mikhail Shugliashvili had very strong inner resistance towards the common Soviet taste and views, but unfortunately their musical voice was not heard strongly enough. It was relatively easy to find the answer on question who attended from the Georgians, the Warsaw Autumn Festival, but how those composers were selected is not clear, since nothing could be found in the archives of the Composers Union of the Soviet Georgia. Even so, this new sort of the systematic mobility of representatives of the creative community erected the pool for different type of influences and contributed to a certain extent to the creation of the ice-breaking process. In my opinion, following two trends of impact could be highlighted. So-called repressed music with its two representatives, Natalia Svanidze and Shugliashvili. And repressed music might also be sorted out into two groups. Svanidze, a woman composer who was allowed to grasp a fresh air, and she attended the Warsaw Autumn Festival for several times. But Mikhail Shugliashvili, who represents unique example of the impact without contact due to the fact that he has never been allowed to be part of the so-called contact zone. We cannot also ignore the fact that Natalia Svanidze, one of the neglected Georgian women composers of Soviet times, drastically changed her style in 1963, based on the new types of the 20th century compositional techniques. It took her 1 year after the first attendance at the Warsaw Autumn Festival in 1962 to change the style. This gives a solid ground for examining the Warsaw Autumn Festival influence on her works. The westernization of minds, which revealed through the adoption of strange, let's say, language features not cultivated before, started to occupy creative minds literally from the 60s of the last century in Georgia. The Georgian compositional school had to catch up with the information that was accumulated in the West during the Iron Curtain. Shugliashvili was an outstanding Georgian composer, a teacher, the founder of a computer music studio in Tbilisi, and a brilliant member of the so-called unofficial Georgian music in a country where the attacking freedom turned the main attitude for life and culture. He was a unique example of an individual who had never been outside and was fully under the Soviet censorship. He had never tried to negotiate about musical style with decision makers in culture, and that's why he was forced to exit musical life and become a teacher. Nearly all his works were banned from the 1970s and were not published until 2018. His works found their way to the audience only after his death. Despite this, Shugliashvili managed to reveal and incorporate new music information into his work and find his own ways of expression, which gained him recognition as one of the most distinguished Georgian avant-garde artists. His works were interpreted as a Georgian analog of Yanis Xenakis. I found personal consultations with Shugliashvili's son and the composer's close friends, and conducting individual interviews with his former pupils in order to get appropriate approach to help me examine Shugliashvili's legacy. Personal recollection serves as a good source of information in his situation. We lack evidence since no written material, publicity, or interviews is available. Due to the fact that the archive of the composer has been lost, researchers have to base their research on oral stories told by his contemporaries as well as his former pupils and friends, such as Rezok Ignadze, Zurab Nadareshvili, and Teimuraz Bakuradze. And still, what constitutes the phenomenon of the irreversibility of the festival, how it makes an impact, creates a strong pull for influence on the creative community, directly or indirectly involved in the exchange of information, how we can describe the influence of Warsaw Autumn as a soft power on the Georgian compositional school, and is there any influence of Warsaw Autumn Festival at all on Georgian compositional school? The form of metaphorical mobility which acted as a response to the regimes of censorship, restriction, and repression was another crucial strength speaking for the festival's importance to the compositional school within the Eastern Bloc. The press propaganda was defining the perspective for all engaged in the festival. How was the Warsaw Autumn able to build the perspective? We can list a few indicators for this. The global context was created for the composers of Eastern political bloc, for the composers of Russian bloc, let's say. Concrete information about musical processes was gathered from all around the globe and accumulated at the Warsaw Autumn Festival, so that gave possibility to Georgian Compositional School to catch up with the information that was kept beyond the Iron Curtain. The musical dichotomy of the bipolar world was on show. A strong pull for direct influence was introduced, and the information was spread through the delegations visiting the Warsaw Autumn Festival annually from different countries, also from the Soviet republics. It's essential to understand that the perspective for further developments in art music coming from Warsaw was multi-layered. And last but not least, the Warsaw Autumn Festival is a successful case in the relationship between the culture and state. Festival managed to incorporate ideas that were not admitted by the state, managed to institutionalize the forbidden music, and managed to create the open cultural space in the country without exit. Rather than having any direct conclusions, the main direct or indirect influence of Warsaw Autumn Festival held for future developments in art music without boundaries was the perspective of crossing political and musical borders. Giacancelli pointed this when he shared his own observations in a genuine way with Krzysztof Droba about his first appearance on Warsaw Autumn Festival in 1962. I had sensed that I had crossed the political boundaries, he said, because Poland was a socialist country where people felt free to do things that were inadmissible in another socialist country, the Soviet Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana, very much for this very interesting paper. And we will not start discussion now because we will go straight to the next presenter, next presentation, and we will make discussions after each three papers, okay? So thank you now. And just organizational thing, if you want to ask questions, the registered participants may use chat on the platform we are using for this conference, and anyone following us on Facebook or YouTube may ask questions using comments, and we will be following all this media and we'll try to react and answer all questions during our discussions after each session or in the closing discussion tomorrow. And now I would like to invite the second speaker, and this is Marianne Nowak from Ulm University. Marianne Nowak is a research fellow at Ulm University, and she is also a lecturer at the Institute of Musicology Detmold Paderborn and at the Mannheim University of Music and Performing Arts. And in her doctoral thesis, Marianne Nowak discussed the participation of Polish composers at the International Summer Classes Darmstadt around 1960s, as well as these Polish composers' reception of Western contemporary compositional techniques. And today, Marianne, yes, we can see your presentation, so okay, everything is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The early years of the Warsaw Autumn Festival were, on the one hand, a unique window to the Western cultural world for artists and the audience from the so-called Eastern Bloc. It marked a breakup of the cultural isolation in which Poland and the Eastern Bloc had found themselves for years. But that's just one side of the coin. The first festivals also allowed an insight for guests from the West to the musical life in the Soviet sphere, and especially to the lively scene of contemporary music in Poland. In this presentation, I want to focus on the second viewpoint, and more specific on the West German perspective of the early years of the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Bonds between Polish composers and West Germany grew strong. The center of these contacts were the Darmstadt International Summer Courses for New Music. These annual courses were one of the most important meeting points for the international avant-garde and also well known in Poland. Almost immediately after the first Warsaw Autumn in 1956, Polish musicians and composers contacted Darmstadt. These newly established contacts resulted in the first phase of Polish participation in Darmstadt from 1957 to 1962. And as we just heard, in my doctoral thesis, I analyzed this participation, but also the reception of avant-garde compositional techniques by Polish composers. The main figure in Darmstadt to widen the knowledge of Polish contemporary music was the director Wolfgang Steinecke. He was very dedicated to strengthen the contacts to Polish composers. He regularly wrote letters with individual composers and tried to enable as many guests from Poland as possible to attend Darmstadt, repeatedly financially supported through scholarships. But he also paid much attention to the Warsaw Autumn Festival. From 1958 on, there was a relatively regular exchange of recordings and scores between Warsaw and Darmstadt. Steinecke was very curious about the situation of contemporary music in Poland and attended the Warsaw Autumn in 1959. After his return, he reported in West Germany on the Polish festival, but also articles by other authors on the early Warsaw Autumn festivals were published in West German music journals. Thus, the research aim for this presentation is to analyze how Wolfgang Steinecke and his contemporaries perceived the program and the atmosphere of the Warsaw Autumn, and what image of new music in Poland is drawn in their reports. As sources, I analyze a radio broadcast and a lecture by Wolfgang Steinecke, a letter from Luigi Nono to Wolfgang Steinecke, as well as articles by contemporaries in major music journals from West Germany. In 1958, Steinecke could not travel himself to the Warsaw Autumn, but one of the leading protagonists in Darmstadt and friend of Steinecke's, Luigi Nono, attended the Polish festival. In a letter from the end of October, he shares his experiences with Steinecke and talks mostly about, in his opinion, key figures in the scene of contemporary music in Poland, rather than about the festival itself. He writes, "In Poland, very good and very vivid and in development. Musical situation, very good." And just to demonstrate, the amount of exclamation marks here matches the ones in the original source. So you get an idea of how his letter really bursts of enthusiasm and excitement, speaking of the situation of new music in Poland. As the most active conductors in terms of contemporary music, he considers Witold Rowicki, Jan Krenz, but most of all, Andrzej Markowski. Nono had visited the electronic studio in Warsaw and had met with the director Józef Patkowski. Special attention is drawn to Bogusław Szefer and his publications on contemporary music. According to Nono, Szefer is fully in the spirit of the summer courses. Szefer is free. That means he studies what really happens today, very informed without the party. Finally, just music. The following year, Wolfgang Steinecke was able to travel to Poland himself. In various letters to Polish composers after his return, Steinecke expressed his gratitude for his stay in Poland. As two examples of his reports, I want to give a closer look to a report on radio that was broadcasted in the Hessian Broadcasting Service. And the second source is a manuscript. Steinecke probably used this manuscript for a lecture in front of a music society in Darmstadt, but this is not clearly to identify by the source in the archives of the International Music Institute in Darmstadt. As the title suggests, the manuscript draws a broader picture of the situation of contemporary music in Poland, whereas the radio broadcast focuses more specifically on the Warsaw Autumn. In both texts, Steinecke looks back. In the radio broadcast to the first Warsaw Autumn as a symbol of liberation in the course of the Polish October 1956. In the lecture manuscript, He gives an even more thorough historical overview. He stresses the already existing contacts in music to the West during the interwar period, and how the Second World War interrupted musical life in Poland, led a number of Polish composers to exile, and how after the war the cultural contacts were orientated towards the East due to the shifted political situation. He then points out parallels between Darmstadt summer courses and the Warsaw Autumn regarding the starting points and the objectives. Both festivals, Darmstadt a decade earlier than Warsaw, were created to catch up and close the gaps that were caused by ideological doctrines, the politics of the so-called degenerated art during the Nazi period, and the socialist realism in the Soviet sphere. Moreover, both festivals were intended to supply their audiences with information on developments in contemporary music and to establish or renew contacts to the international avant-garde that had been previously cut off due to the political situation. In the radio broadcast, Steinecke cites from the official program of the Warsaw Autumn 1959, in which Tadeusz Marek described Warsaw as a meeting place for different trends of contemporary music, quote, where the exchange of opinion between musicians and different countries is made possible through direct contact, end of quote. Furthermore, it is portrayed as an opportunity to compare music from socialist and capitalist countries, but, quote, we don't want to propagate, but to inform. Steinecke then takes a personal stand and acknowledges the Warsaw Autumn is not only one of the most important manifestations of Poland's newly gained cultural freedom, it also occupies a unique position among Europe's music festivals insofar that it reflects all contemporary musical styles from the Eastern and Western worlds in its program. This program is described as a wide spectrum from musique concrète to traditional music, more traditional music according to the standards of socialist realism. In Steinecke's perception, the significance of the classics of new music such as Shostakovich, Hindemith, Stravinsky, Bartók or Prokofiev is undisputed on both sides of the Iron Curtain. But opinions differ on composers like Schönberg and the Second Viennese School. This makes it even more important that their pieces are played in Warsaw, thus Steinecke. To underline the awareness of the importance of this confrontation, he cites yet another Pole, the music critic Zygmunt Micielski. Our festival is a kind of test. It is a confrontation of works by Szymanowski, Honegger, Stravinsky, and Shostakovich with what has not broken with their tradition, but also with what is linked to the tradition and discoveries of Anton Webern. With this, we accomplish something that is separated elsewhere by a Chinese wall, and what you find here at the same time and place next to each other. Warsaw raises the claim to have some brave confrontation. It dares a risky experiment. But this path is certainly very correct if we are willing to form an image of things that we actually get to know and hear, and do not repeat opinions or judgments that we have picked up elsewhere and that are imposed upon us by stubborn supporters or enemies of the world's existing art movements. Unfortunately, the original source of this quote is not mentioned in the radio broadcast. If anyone of you knows where this comes from, I'm very thankful to know. This is a very open and very critical statement with specific references to the cultural isolation which was caused by the Iron Curtain, he named Chinese Wall, and to the cultural narrow-mindedness imposed by the Soviet art doctrine, here indicated as opinions or judgments picked up elsewhere and imposed upon us. So it's very clearly and unmistakably formulated. Steinecke's choice to quote Polish protagonists can be interpreted in two ways. On the one hand, Steinecke gives them a voice in a Western broadcast and doesn't speak only about them. On the other hand, in this way, he doesn't have to make such clear references himself and can stay in a more neutral position. But nevertheless, also some of Steinecke's observations tell a lot about the omnipresent tension. He says, I sat next to Shostakovich. He applauded his great antipode Stravinsky. He lively participated in the ovations that were given to the Budapest Radio Orchestra after the performance of Bela Bartok's orchestra concert. But he was passive when Jan Krenz performed with the outstanding Polish Radio Orchestra Luigi Nono's Composizione per Orchestra numero 1 in an exemplary interpretation of astonishing empathy. Yet, he acknowledges that the confrontation at the Warsaw Autumn doesn't didactically come to a head. He says the different alternatives are not talked down in official discussions. Rather, the neutrally and objectively selected, broadly and comprehensively informing program only serves to enable the listener himself to evaluate it privately and to leave the decision up to him. In this regard, one could make remarkable observations. According to Steinecke, the audience was not only interested and open, but, quote, the differentiation of the applause also showed a sense of quality and impartiality of the judgment. He specifies that there was more audience and more applause for avant-garde pieces. In both reports, Steinecke also gives several audio examples of compositions to demonstrate the spectrum of Polish contemporary music and discusses briefly these pieces. Here you see the pieces presented in the radio broadcast. For Witold Szalonek and Bolesław Szabelski, he chose two pieces, one older piece rooted in more traditional compositional techniques, and then a contemporary piece to show the development. And at the end, Luigi Nono, in his opinion, this exemplary interpretation by Jan Krenz. The pieces presented in the lecture you can see here, these were not all pieces that he heard at the Warsaw Autumn 1959, but also at other points or that were played in other years. From Steinecke's way of portraying the Polish scene, he gives also an insight in his perception of the relationship between contemporary music and the West, more specific, the Darmstadt summer courses. In the radio broadcast, this aspect appears rather on a side note, as in a quote by Władimir Kotoński that you can see here, and he points out his stay in Darmstadt as of decisive importance. Whereas in the manuscript for the lecture, Steinecke elaborates this aspect broader, but also more subtle. Here I will give two examples. In the introduction, he states that he will talk about a subject that lies, quote, apart from the great traditional centers of musical development. But in recent years, Polish composers have been able to establish new creative contacts with these centers, and through these contacts and the development of their own strengths, a special development has taken place, the results of which deserve attention and consideration as an enrichment of international musical life. Consciously or unconsciously, as a cause for the remarkable musical development in Poland, Steinecke puts here the contacts to the West in front of the own efforts by Polish composers and creates thus a rating in favor of the West, which also includes Darmstadt. Moreover, the selection and order of audio examples for the lecture is very revealing. Steinecke frames the audio examples with pieces and composers who are closely linked to the summer courses. Kotoński and Serotsky, and also Baird, have already participated in Darmstadt at this point. Kotoński and Serotsky, in fact, were the most frequent Polish guests at the summer courses in the late 1950s, and their two pieces do show compositional impulses from the courses. Musique en relief was even premiered in Darmstadt, Musica concertante and Wyznanie were heard in other years. Steinecke thus draws a somewhat one-sided, maybe even biased picture. Pointedly formulated, the Western avant-garde, and especially the summer courses, are portrayed as the essential and dominating key role for the flourishing development of contemporary music in Poland. According to the sources available in the archive of the International Music Institute, Darmstadt, Wolfgang Steinecke's visit of the Warsaw Autumn 1959 was his only one. In the following 2 years, Steinecke's invitation to Warsaw arrived too late to organize all bureaucratic necessities. Unfortunately, there were no future possibilities for him to visit Poland again. Shortly before Christmas 1961, Steinecke died in a tragic accident. His death was also mourned in Poland, as the article Darmstadt osierocone, Darmstadt orphaned by Janusz Zetaj demonstrates. Of course, Steinecke's reports on the Warsaw Autumn were not the only ones that were printed, broadcasted, or given in West Germany. Various articles by other authors were published in the major journals for music. There are several recurring aspects mentioned in the reports. The uniqueness of the Warsaw Autumn as an international festival of contemporary music within the Eastern Bloc is pointed out in almost every article. Also, the quality of music with regard to where it was composed, East or West, is often addressed and rated, such as in the article by Dieter de la Motte. Another aspect is the curiosity, the open-mindedness, and the tolerance of the Polish audience, at times also admiringly distanced from West German audiences, which oftentimes reacted very harshly to experimental techniques, as Albert Kasch Musiker. With regard to the development of contemporary music, Ulrich Dibelius highlights Poland's leading position compared to other countries in the Soviet sphere. Also, Karl-Heinz Wörner states that among the pieces presented, the premieres of first performances of Polish compositions were those with the highest level of, quote, artistic communication. In general, the co-equal position of Polish composers have gained in the circle of the international avant-garde is mentioned very often. In the journal Melos, there's one article by Wolfgang Steinecke, which content-wise almost entirely overlaps with the radio broadcast. From 1964 on, we see here a particularity. We have reports of Polish authors published. Whereas in the articles of German critics, where the focus lies on compositions from Poland, Tadeusz Zieliński, for example, discusses more broadly pieces by the Western avant-garde. Tadeusz Kaczynski takes a more thorough notice on music from other Eastern countries, not only Poland. 1 year later, he pays not only attention to the Warsaw Autumn, but also to other festivals for contemporary, those in Wrocław, Poznan, or Kraków. Besides the recurring aspects discussed in the various reports, we see that the focus or portrayed tendencies depend a lot on the perspective and role of the author. For Luigi Nono as a composer, key figures specifically regarding conducting and composing were of interest. Especially Schäfer is pointed out, which in the other articles plays a minor role. Wolfgang Steinecke, as the director of the Darmstadt Summer Courses, tended to point out the key role of Darmstadt for the development of contemporary music in Poland. The music critics in the journals, in general, give a more balanced insight, but their focus still depends on their own nationality. I want to close with a quote by Karl-Heinz Wörner from his report of the Warsaw Autumn 1961. As one of the few, he sincerely gives credit to the development of Polish composers and their effort in this process, and acknowledges why, in his opinion, their pieces are of equal quality as the ones by their Western colleagues. It is now just about 5, should be years, since one heard Polish music for the first time, which, that was the surprise, had caught up with the radicals of the West. However, not in slavish imitation, but as a metamorphosis in a, one might say, Slavic way of expressing oneself, melodically bound, transparent, formally structured, musically spontaneous. The background of this new path is on one hand the musicality of the Polish people and the great breadth of musical life. On the other hand, the consistency with which one found the new here. In the meantime, a whole series of works have found their way into international concert life. And so, the Warsaw Autumn has become a link to the music of the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marianne, for this fascinating West Germany perspective on the Warsaw Autumn. Thank you, and we will now proceed and go straight to the last paper in this session. And this will be by Daniel Elphick. Daniel Elphick from Royal Holloway, London, Great Britain. And Daniel is a research fellow at the Center for Russian Music, Goldsmith, University of London, a member of the Center for Russian, East Central European and Post-Soviet Music Studies, and a member of the editorial board for the SCH, the Shostakovich Journal. Welcome, Dan. And Dan is also an expert on music by Mieczysław Weinberg, the Jewish, Polish Soviet composer. In 2019, he published his book entitled Music Behind the Iron Curtain, Weinberg and His Polish Contemporaries. And today, Daniel will present a paper entitled Polish-Soviet Musical Exchange, Composers' Delegations in the 1960s.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's a bit difficult, but it should be all right. Yeah, it's the
okay,
resonance.
I hope so.
Okay.
I'm going to start sharing my screen then. Okay, so should be able to see my slides now, I hope. Thanks again so much for the introduction. I'm speaking to you from the Royal Musical Association conference in Newcastle in England. I've taken time away from that conference in somebody's office to give my talk today. We've already heard a lot about history of the Warsaw Autumn Festival and Soviet exchanges. So I'm going to skip a few parts of my talk today. We've already heard some of these elements. While the 1956 reforms led by Władysław Gomułka had brought a new air of freedom, they were quickly reversed in directions sometimes even harsher than before. But the one exception to this, however, was in music. A spirit of experimentalism reigned in Polish music from the late 1950s onwards, often much to the anger of Soviet cultural officials. In this paper, I'm providing some context and examples for the broader narrative of how Soviet officials reacted to the new radical streak of Polish music in the 1960s, and how Polish and Soviet composers behaved during this period, primarily with examples from official delegations and visits. So these reforms and the revolution that followed began on the final day of the inaugural event of the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Now world famous, of course, the festival started as a celebration of Poland rebuilding after the devastation, I suppose, left over from the Second World War. But the first major international event designed to promote contemporary music. But for Polish composers, it had a largely practical element, provided a platform from which they could promote their own music to the world, but just as importantly, they could bring Western ensembles and composers of previously unknown works to Polish audiences. Such an event was only conceivable in the climate of post-Stalinism. And as a signifier of the end of socialist realism, Nadia Boulanger was guest of honor at the first festival. The program of that first year was purposefully international. But by 1961, however, Polish music took up a full third of the program, and the other country that dominated was the Soviet Union. Soviet cultural officials took great interest in the festival, and it quickly became an arena for soft politics and propaganda, as we've already heard. Some of the first Soviet visitors at the festival spoke of their displeasure of the Western avant-garde and the developing generation of Polish avant-garde composers. Shostakovich was interviewed at the 1959 festival, and he said that he was, quote, very much worried that certain Polish composers, particularly the younger ones, cling to the revelation of dodecaphony, seeing in it the musical art of the future. I should sincerely like to warn them away from this infatuation and advise them to dedicate themselves attentively and feelingly to the national tradition of Polish music, the tradition of the great Polish classics, Chopin and Szymanowski. The Western avant-garde music played at the Warsaw Autumn Festival is contrary to human nature and to the lofty human art of music. And I think that's a hilarious quote from Shostakovich. As a snub to their Soviet counterparts, Polish composers took pride in their progressive credentials. In direct response to Shostakovich, the festival featured a concert staging of Shostakovich's opera The Nose the following year. That was still banned from performance in the Soviet Union at that time. Other Poles leered at the Soviets in the press. Sorotsky, himself one of the founders of the Warsaw Autumn Festival, was quoted in the New York Times saying, "The Warsaw shock treatment may well start a chain reaction in the Soviet way of composing music." The Soviet press responded in kind later that year when they said, "The fad of decadence in the country cannot be long-lasting. The fashionable trinkets of avant-gardism coming here from Cologne and Paris can never replace the socialist fusion of art." The Soviet music press ran regular features on Polish music with annual reports on the Warsaw Autumn Festival. At the start of the 1960s, Soviet commentators frequently seemed amazed that Polish audiences were not criticizing the avant-garde in the same way as Soviet critics. One report concluded that we must speak critically in the pages of this magazine in order to provoke Polish friends to go along the same lines. As I will show, the reactions of Soviet delegates of the Warsaw Autumn became increasingly hostile as the 1960s went on. At the festival itself, Polish audiences tended to avoid concerts by Soviet ensembles. Krzysztof Bakalewski recalled going for drinks rather than seeing the Soviet concerts, since, in his words, they were of little aesthetic or compositional interest. Mayer recalled that any composers judged to be non-progressive were treated with indifference. In general, the more conservative and traditional composers were poorly received by Polish composers. I remember, and it is a shame, that a really brilliant concert by Peter Pears and Benjamin Britten in the program of the Warsaw Autumn of 1961 had hardly aroused any interest. Also, with Shostakovich in 1959, there was a very clear indifference. For Polish composers exposed to some of these Western experiments, perhaps for the first time, the attraction of these avant-garde ideas was immense. But as a result, the Soviet delegates, complete with their own conservative kind of music, proved rather dull to Polish audiences, not to mention the very real fact that they were representative of the Soviet Union as kind of oppressors of Poland at this time. The most damning and overly contrived critique of the Polish avant-garde appeared in Sowiecka Muzyka in 1963. Israel Nestiev, the famed Prokofiev biographer, had already clashed with Polish composers in 1959 when they had dismissed Prokofiev as insignificant. Nestiev visited Warsaw again in 1962 as part of the Soviet delegation. His report not only condemns the Polish avant-garde, but also features lengthy interviews with Polish youths and anonymous esteemed musicologists, all of whom provided convenient quotes to support Nestiev's critique. These included complaints received at Polish conservatoires, apparently submitted by young and rising talents. Oh, I don't have this quote. I quote from Nestiev. "A letter was written to the newspaper Życie Warsaw, which was recognition for the students of the music schools of Warsaw and Katowice. And that letter said, 'We are informing you that we, the undersigned, have been whistling at the Warsaw Autumn Festival to express our attitudes in an extreme way in reaction to acoustic phenomena which, in our opinion, insulted the hall in which they were demonstrated. In the Polish press, an increasing number of voices are heard complaining against this modernist psychosis, against the kind of avant-garde terror that has been established in the Polish Composers Union for some time," end quote. Needless to say, I went and checked, and no such letters were actually published in the Warsaw press at this time. Nestiev's aggressive critique concluded by asserting that audiences were abandoning the festival in droves. All evidence points to the contrary, of course. Lisa Yakelski has noted the impressive listening and viewing figures for the festival during the 1960s, as well as the briefly lived phenomenon of avant-garde dating, where teenagers and young people sought to show off their knowledge of experimental music to woo their dates at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. While reviews like Nestier's give us an idea of the bitterness from both sides, it's only with individual testimony and case studies that we get an idea of what it was like to be a Polish or Soviet delegate in the 1960s. Soviet delegations attended the Warsaw Autumn every year, making up by far the largest group of official visitors. From the start of the decade, Soviet music and musicians utterly dominated the festival. And I quote, "Through the repertoire and performers it sent officially to the Warsaw Autumn, the Soviet Union broadcast messages to the nations of Eastern Europe about modern socialist culture. At the Warsaw Autumn, citizens of the Eastern Bloc were often speaking as much to each other as to the outside world. The Soviet Union's place at the top of the Eastern Bloc's cultural hierarchy meant that there would always be room at the Warsaw Autumn for Soviet performers and compositions." And that's from Lisa Yakelski. So in 1966, the proposed list of Soviet delegates to the festival included the composer Mieczysław Weinberg. Weinberg was Polish-Jewish in his roots and had fled his native Warsaw in September 1939, eventually accepted as a Soviet citizen. Since then, he had made his name as a composer firmly within the Soviet style. The 1966 festival was to be his only return visit to Poland since the war. He was excited about the visit. He wrote to his close friend Shostakovich in June that year, and I quote, "It is possible that in September I will go to Poland. Kondrashin must perform my 8th symphony. I wish very much to be present for this. I do not know if I can overcome my fear of traveling. Already I wish to see the places of my birth and childhood." Weinberg traveled to Warsaw in an official group that included Kondrashin, the Moscow Philharmonic, and Rostropovich, as well as Tikhon Khrennikov, head of the Soviet Composers Union, and by far the most powerful figure in Soviet music, and by extension, music really of the Soviet bloc. The Soviet delegation was watched by secret police shadows, which only distanced them further from Polish composers. One of the few people that Weinberg did speak with was Krzysztof Meyer, who I'd interviewed 3 years ago. I quote, "I met him in September 1966 in Warsaw. As the regular reader of the magazine Sowiecka Muzyka, I had repeatedly read articles about his works. I did not know that he was going to come to Warsaw, who was allowed to travel or who was not. The Soviet authorities normally decided at the very last moment." End quote. The biggest impression that Weinberg left on other delegates was that he was quiet. He was even reluctant to discuss Shostakovich's music with interested parties. I can maybe speculate that Weinberg was reluctant to be seen speaking in Polish to other Polish composers. Weinberg retained a strong Polish accent in his Russian speaking throughout his life, and several of his friends suggested that this was one of the factors that held him back from contributing to things like Composers Union discussions in Moscow or roundtables. Meyer goes on, and I quote, "He was a very open person, very warm person. Nevertheless, he was shunned by most Polish composers. This was related to reservations about Soviet music policy. Because the pieces of the delegates who were allowed to come to the Warsaw Autumn were almost always conventional and traditionalist, but we expected something different from a festival of contemporary music, other than the approved works of these hand-picked people. We wanted to hear Edison Denisov or Alfred Schnittke. Weinberg did not fit the picture. The only Polish composer who sought contact with Weinberg except me was a former fellow student with whom he had studied before the war in Warsaw, Zbigniew Kurski, whose piano concerto was played by Weinberg as a young man." Weinberg's disappointment in the trip was compounded by seeing the city of his childhood in its completely altered and reconstructed post-war state. He left behind his parents and sister in 1939, and only that same year, in 1966, did he find out their fate from neighbors of his childhood home. They'd been imprisoned in the Warsaw Ghetto, and from there transported and murdered in the Trawniki concentration camp. He was photographed outside his childhood home in Warsaw, one of the very few buildings actually that survived the Warsaw Ghetto. It's Żelazna Street 66 on the corner with Krochmalno. Here he is outside the building. Weinberg's daughter recalls, Weinberg's on the right in this photo. Weinberg's daughter recalls that father's trip to Poland was very sad for him. He met almost none of his Polish friends, but he visited some people. He was sad because Warsaw was almost absolutely reconstructed, and many of his friends were gone. Dorota Schwarzman has written, quote, "Certainly he had no chance with his works for a resounding success, all the more so as in Poland, all that came from beyond the eastern border was still met with suspicion. Weinberg claimed that he felt like an emissary as part of Krennikov's delegation, which only heightened his sense of embarrassment. In this manner, conservative Soviet composers like Weinberg were met with complete and utter indifference at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. What then of the Soviet avant-garde? May I mention Denisov as a composer of interest? Festival organizers questioned how they could present Soviet music to audiences who were expecting the latest progressive music. They requested music from unofficial avant-garde composers like Denisov or Volkonsky, but Soviet officials refused. The festival committee's way to work around this was to invite other countries' ensembles to perform music by these composers. So in this way, works by Denisov, Arvo Part, Volkonsky, and Schnittke were performed by ensembles from Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Bulgaria. The 1964 festival saw the premiere of Denisov's Concerto for Flute, Oboe, Piano, and Percussion. Denisov quickly achieved success and notoriety among these audiences. Elliot Carter dubbed him the 23-toner from Moscow in a letter home from the festival. So in this manner, unofficial Soviet composers still received their performances at Polish festivals, distracting further from the official delegations. But for my final example, with a change of color in slides, I move then to the opposite extreme. What of Polish visitors to the Soviet Union? The Soviet press eventually started giving sparse coverage to the Warsaw Autumn after it became clear that Soviet composers were greeted with this indifference. They did, however, give extensive coverage to a 1967 return visit from Polish composers in a conference of Polish-Soviet musical friendship. The conference report from that gives a sense of how the Soviet hosts sought to still chastise Polish composers. The journal Ruch Muzyczny published photos of the Polish delegates eagerly making their way to Moscow, as well as a poignant photograph of Weinberg speaking with Zbigniew in Moscow about the only person or school friend who had survived the war. Polish critic wrote, "The genesis of this conference was a mutual statement that despite the vivid musical interest in both music circles, contacts, information, and cooperation between the two countries in the field of music, these relationships are developed much less than in other artistic fields." And the Soviet write-up featured quite lengthy quotes from speeches. So Krennikov, of course, introduced the conference, and I quote, "During speeches, the solidarity of Polish and Soviet musical figures was stated and gradually emerged. At the same time, an acute discussion sometimes flared up around a number of specific problems that today excite musicians of very different views and trends, the criteria for innovation today and tomorrow of musical art, more modern means of expression." What is most striking throughout all these speeches is the tone of starting again in terms of observing cultural relations between the two countries, which had almost reset to zero in terms of music. Polish composers did not accept the Soviet criticisms lying down, though. Tadeusz Szperd went on the defense, first criticizing the outdatedness of Krennikov's speech, but then insisting that artists needed to envisage and then create the future. Many times the texts of writers and composers managed to penetrate into ever greater depths of human psychology that their predecessors could not penetrate. But does this mean that they all must have complicated their art? And where do our complications fit? Did not Bartók, Prokofiev, Honegger achieve the very same simplicity in their best works, which has nothing to do with either cheap primitivism or concessions to backward tastes, or finally with the fateful predetermination or complication? It seems to me that the success of Penderecki's St. Luke Passion is largely due to the fact that the author was not limited to pure effects, but flexibly combined them. The Polish delegates rallied around Baird's speech. Musicologist Ludwik Erhard insisted that Polish composers needed to experiment because there was not a long established tradition of Polish music, besides Chopin and Moniuszko. Overall, the tone was defensive and little common ground was found. The discussion throws several points into relief for us to observe, though. One, that both sides recognized their music relations were pretty poor at this point. And two, that the Soviet opinion of Polish music was that it had promise based on Chopin and Moniuszko, but that contemporary composers weren't producing anything that they judged to be valuable. The 1967 visit went some way to repair relations, but much was lost. Mayer made multiple solo visits in the 70s and 80s, each more difficult than the last. Quote, in those times, a trip abroad was an exceedingly difficult undertaking. After a couple of months, I finally succeeded and wrote to Shostakovich that I was coming to Moscow. I went to the office of the Composers' Union, where Krenikov's personal secretary informed me with forced politeness that Shostakovich was too busy to receive visitors. Giving me his telephone number was out of the question. I sensed that my wish to meet him was not welcome among the officials of the Union. The ultimate snub to Poland and the Warsaw Autumn Festival was the founding in 1979 of a Soviet alternative with the rather obvious name of the Moscow Autumn Festival. It was an arena for showcasing Soviet works. While the scale of it was enormous, it was purposefully inward-looking. The long-term effect of the cooling of Polish-Soviet musical relations in the 1960s was the withdrawal of Soviet composers from the international stage that Poland provided. Soviet officials ignored their own failed attempts to enforce socialist realism in Poland, while Polish composers celebrated the neglected Soviet avant-garde. Those composers who traveled to either country as an official delegate witnessed firsthand the decline of musical relations within the Soviet bloc. For someone like Weinberg, caught between the identities of both nations, the visit was traumatic. For Christoph Mayer, his Moscow visits were exasperating. And together, they give us insight into the machinery of soft politics behind the Iron Curtain, as well as revealing the huge variety of musical styles present within the Eastern Bloc. And the illustration of Polish-Soviet friendship featured in this 1955 poster was irrevocably shattered by the late 1960s, never to be repaired again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And now I would like to invite Mieczysław and Nana and Marianne, and I hope we all could talk together for a while. Mieczysław, would you like to start?
Thank you very much to Nana Szerikadze, Marianne Nowak, and Daniel Elfik. We know the role and significance of Warsaw Autumn Festival for both sides of Iron Curtain, but details you showed us from Cancelli, from Steinecke, from Weinberg are extremely interesting for our knowledge about Warsaw Autumn history. I think these details are crucial for our conference. Fantastic presentation of Daniel with these posters from all time, and how many perspectives from Georgia, Germany, and England, whole Europe. Talking about
fantastic. It's really fantastic. I absolutely agree, and of course we, as Mieczysław said, we know quite a lot about the festival from the Polish perspective mostly, and from what everyone wrote, and from some recollections by composers who used to organize festival for years. I used to work at the festival office, and I can remember myself many stories about Denisov being performed under the name of his wife because his presence was forbidden by the censorship at the very end, etc., etc. And also about Weinberg, I remember that our professor of musicology, Zofia Hellman, who was a very young musicologist in 1966, confirmed very firmly that for them, Weinberg was just a part of the Soviet delegation, so they didn't consider him as a Polish composer. They didn't know about it even. So that was the story, many stories. So thank you very much indeed. And I have some questions, and probably you could ask questions between yourself as well. we also encourage our audience and other participants to ask questions. But now I want to start with Nana, because Nana, I know we will go back to Natella Sfanidze later today with Marika's paper, but saying about this unofficial Georgian music, I'm just wondering, was this unofficial music performed anywhere in Georgia during communist times, or was it just the music performed at home or for a very private audience, let's say?
First time that Mikhail Shugliashvili, the representative of the Georgian unofficial music, was performed, it was in 1996 by the Conservatoire piano professor Nana Kubutia. Before that, actually, he was really on the shelf, let's say. And only very narrow cycle of his pupils and friends knew about his compositions. Although the broadened musical audience in Georgia knew that he was also composing, but a real stage life, let's say, came to him after Soviet Union has collapsed. And the first publications also happened for the Buchmesse in Frankfurt, for 2018, when his compositions were published. When it comes to the closed performances, yes, in the flats of Conservatoire professors, some performances took place. But I can't say that that was a tradition, because contemporary music was played not that popular in Georgia during 60s and 70s, let's say, and this literature of forbidden musical pieces were like a hidden literature. We knew, and my teachers, they knew about it. It was like music from boxes that were closed, and only through personal relationships this music was spread between my teachers at Conservatoire and also between pupils. Even when I was studying at Conservatoire, and I'm not that old, let's say, I was studying there in 1991, 1995, the second half of the 20th century, although Soviet Union was not their own place, the second half of the 20th century was very difficult to get from the library of Conservatoire, although it was possible to get in the private libraries from my teachers. So that was also question of accessibility to the information, accessibility to the music, accessibility to the performances, and etc. and etc. So that was the same picture as it was in Moscow, like молодые композиторы, концерты молодых композиторов in the underground, let's say. That was the same in Georgia.
It also reminds me, this is a different question, but the same was with Polish emigre composers in Poland. I mean, Panównik or Palester, who were forbidden or blacklisted and forbidden by the censorship, and only in this very small private rooms or the room of the Polish Composers Union, the people could listen some tapes brought from France or from London. So that was probably the similar.
Beata, there were even performers forbidden to listen to them, like Wanda Wiłkomirska, not only composers.
Yes, because Wanda Wiłkomirska emigrated to West Germany, and of course she was blacklisted for some time. And so there's similar stories on this side of Iron Curtain, and this is really, we're really happy that you are interested to do your research and to write about it. And also, Anna, you said just that there are no documentation how these delegations to Warsaw were made, and I'm just wondering, Daniel, would you find any trace or any documentations from Moscow how these delegations, who could go to Warsaw or who was forbidden, or I don't know, do you find anything?
So I think
was just a secret because it was not there, no documentation about it, which is also
so
possible.
how the decision was made, that is not very clear for me, because there are just names that I saw in archives in Warsaw, but how this decision was made, it's not clear for me. For example, why Sylvia was not part of any delegation is not clear for me.
So I think you touched on in your excellent talk about the idea of two different kinds of delegations. And partly that's because of the ease of tourism. So Denisov always paid for his own tickets and just got a tourist holiday, so an unofficial delegate. So Denisov was never an official delegate of the festival. And if you have the money, you could do this very, very easily. Poland is actually the most popular tourist destination for Soviet citizens, by far the most popular. So it was relatively easy to travel, so long as you went through the correct things. But for who was picked, for example, somebody like Weinberg, I mentioned a letter to Shostakovich where he hoped that his music would be performed. It had been performed at the Warsaw Autumn Festival, but it wasn't picked that year. So it's not clear, really. And Weinberg's writing in August, and Weinberg doesn't know he's going to go. So Weinberg doesn't know that he's going to be confirmed to actually travel. You know, he's looking at sort of September or something for travel. And it's very, very last minute. So no, I'd agree. I don't know the justification for which performers are picked. It's interesting as well the repertoire. So Rostropovich traveled to the Warsaw Autumn Festival, but played Shostakovich, played Boris Tchaikovsky's cello concertant as well, but not any Weinberg or anything like that. So yeah, whatever justification there is for the official delegation, it's not clear to me in my research.
Well, I think we can just assume that every decision was made not in favor of the quality of the creative works or the quality of the certain persons, but that was party decision, and that's very important, not only towards the Warsaw Autumn, but on every level. The party nomenclatura decision was the foremost on the first place.
Yeah.
Yes, Marianne, please.
I have a question. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very, very interesting. And you talked also about the tensions between Poland and the Soviet Union, like from 59 onwards, like in the 60s, that there was like criticism which really rose. And I was wondering if you know if there were any consequences, if it was just a discussion or critique from both sides to the other, or if then something really happened and resulted from these critiques.
In my point of view, it's just a lot of talk. Nothing seems to have changed. Concerts and visiting ensembles, not necessarily in Moscow or Leningrad, but more for touring ensembles. So other cities around Moscow, you'd still just as easily be performed in these areas. So it just became talk, really, and a kind of argument in their official publications. It's interesting that it just stops being talked about after about 1967, 1968. The Soviet press just stopped talking about the Warsaw Autumn Festival almost altogether. Very, very interesting. I think they tried to influence it and then they just give up. I think is what happened.
Yeah, that is very interesting because at in the early 60s, exactly 1960 actually, the contacts to Darmstadt were really there was really a gap, like a breakdown, let's say, because before it was very flourishing, and then in letters Polish composers say, yeah, the tensions with the Soviet Union, a changed situation, we cannot come, like, as you said, for travels outside, it seems there were consequences, but I never, from my sources, I never discovered what was the cause for these tensions, or what was the where did it come from, really? What was the Soviet influence, let's say?
Yeah, if I may add something, I think certainly the 60 was the year when the censorship became again more strict in Poland, and that could be connected with the more strict policy, which certainly came from Moscow and was very clearly seen in especially in publications in Poland. For example, Ruch Muzyczny, it was also a problem with Ruch Muzyczny at 59. Ruch Muzyczny was strongly criticized by Sowieckaja Muzyka and Muzik, their journal devoted to music. I forgot the name at the moment. And that was
Musik und Gesellschaft.
yes, I think so. Yes, it was strongly criticized for being too avant-garde, for promoting avant-garde music too much. And this was really a risk that everything, again, also even Warsaw Autumn Festival might be closed. So that was really a kind of tension at that time, I think 59 and 60. So when, if the Polish composer were not allowed to go to Darmstadt, was probably connected with that. Finally, thanks probably to the diplomacy or cultural diplomacy by the Polish Composers Union, it was loose. It was relaxed, and later it became the position of the festival, and Ruch Muzyczny was secured. But I think really the 59-60 was the time which was a bit difficult, and probably this is connected with this time.
But in general, 60s were very hard to contact West from Poland and even to go abroad. In 70s, situation was better, of course, but 60s were very hard.
Yeah, and for example, at the end of the 50s, so of course the 56 was the time of political thaw, as we say, and relaxation, and in 58, 59, if you follow Ruch Muzyczny or other publications, you can find many information about Western music and about Polish immigrant composers. Yeah. And later, after 1960, again, it was not possible to talk about them, to write about them, and to perform the music. For example, on the Warsaw Autumn in 1958, even the Fourth Symphony by Roman Palester was presented, which was amazing. And later, it was not possible until 1977. So after these few years of relaxations, 60s became really difficult again. All right, and Marianne, I also wanted to ask you, because this is really interesting. Of course, Wolfgang Steinecke was a very important person for promoting Polish music, and you quoted some of his manuscripts. Do you think, or are you going to publish this manuscripts or any of his papers, saved papers, manuscripts, or etc.? I'm just wondering.
I think I can publish quotes from it. I don't know if I'm allowed to publish the whole thing, because it's either in the broadcasting service or the archives of Darmstadt, so it's their decision. But if there are proceedings, these quotes I will definitely, and maybe elaborate also a little bit more. I can publish that, and in my doctoral thesis, which is in German, so maybe not everyone understands it. I'm sorry. There are some quotes as well, so or letters also, which are this was for me also the letter from Nono. It is so great to read. Really, this exchange at this time. Also, the letters to the Polish composers are so really cordial, friendly. It's not just about how do we manage to come here and there, but really you see the bonds between Poland and Darmstadt, and it's really nice to see how they try to overcome the political obstacles that were always there. I mean, with the whole, it's also the case for Georgia or all countries to get a passport and the official invitations, and it was very, very hard to organize. So those sources are a great insight in this time and world.
Yeah, so if there would be any plans to publish the collection of his papers, that probably would also be quite interesting for us.
In English and in German, that would be the best.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All right, we have about 5 minutes to finish, so please ask maybe some more questions or comments. Or if there are not any, so I just want to thank you once again for your brilliant presentations. I hope we certainly are planning the conference proceedings, so I'm sure we could be able to publish them and to just to have it and to read it all the time, because this is really very interesting, fascinating, and enriching our knowledge about this role and significance of Warsaw Autumn Festival. So thank you very much indeed once again. And we will be having lunch break now. And I want to invite you for the next session, which will start at 1:30. And the chair will be me. So see you again after a break.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you later.
See you.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now starting session 2 at our conference devoted to Warsaw Autumn Festival and its role and significance for the musical life in the countries on both sides of the Iron Curtain and after its fall. And the session 2 will be started by Giada Viviani from the University of Genoa, Italy. And Giada worked as a research fellow at the Cini Foundation in Venice and also at the University of Pavia and Roma Tre University. And currently she is an assistant professor at the University of Genoa. And her main focus of her research is 17th and 18th century Italian opera, but also music philology, film music, and 20th century classical Italian music. And today, Giada will present a paper entitled Diario Polacco 58, The Role of Warsaw Autumn in Luigi Nono's Polish Reception, 1958-1965. Hello, Nana, welcome.
Hello, Beata. Thank you for the presentation. I would also like to thank you and all the program committee for selecting my paper. I am enthusiastic about taking part in this interesting conference, which proposes a topic of primary importance for the music of the 20th century. My paper aims at illustrating the role of Warsaw Autumn in Polish reception of Nono's oeuvre and thought between 1958, the year in which the Venetian composer was in Poland for the first time, and 1965, when his work Diario Polacco 58 was performed at the festival for the first time. As it is known, Diario Polacco 58 drew inspiration precisely from the impressions of Nono's first trip to Poland in 1958. I would like to point out that I will not deal with Nono's reception of Polish music and culture, nor with the influences that the impressions of Nono's first trip to Poland had over Diario Polacco 58. Firstly, because these topics have already been partially investigated. For example, in the last 10 years, Luigi Marinelli and Michele Sganga have dealt with them with some continuity. Secondly, because Nono's understanding of Polish culture and social political situation is a complex and above all problematic topic, as Professor Michał Bristiger warned me in our conversations. So it should be explored in another occasion. My investigation was based on Polish music critics who commented on the Warsaw Autumn editions from 1958, the second edition of the festival, to 1965, the ninth edition. I examined the Polish periodical press, especially the specialized one, and as far as I was able, the radio broadcasts that were aired during the festival period or in the weeks immediately following. I must point out that the results I present today are partial. In the last year and a half, the travel restrictions and the closure of archives and libraries have prevented me from concluding all the details of the research, although the picture achieved is already eloquent. But now let's go to the heart of my paper. As I mentioned at the beginning, as chronological extremes for the research, I identified the years 1958 on the one hand and 1965 on the other. 1958 represents the year in which not only Nono discovered Poland, but also the Polish musical milieu discovered Nono's music. In October 1958, the Venetian composer Luigi Nono was in Poland for the first time. in order to attend the second edition of Warsaw Autumn. On that occasion, he traveled throughout Poland, drawing inspiration for his Diario Polacco 58, which was composed between January and June of the following year. Moreover, during his first stay in Poland, Nono had also the chance to meet not only various Polish avant-garde composers, but also visual artists, intellectuals, musicologists, and music critics. As a result, Nono's music, aesthetics, and political views became a significant issue in Polish cultural debate during the early 60s, consolidating his fame as one of the leading composers of his generations. The period I considered ends with 1965. The choice of this date is above all symbolic, since in that year the revised version of Diario Polacco 58 had its premiere at the 9th edition of the Warsaw Autumn. The fundamental criterion underlying this choice, however, is the fact that in reaction to the Polish premiere of Diario Polacco 58, there was a clear change of direction in the attitude of Polish music critics towards Nono's music. Consequently, one can assume that with the 9th edition of the Warsaw Autumn, the first stage of the Polish reception of Nono's music came to a close. Between 1958 and 1965, the composer or his works appeared many times at the festival. Therefore, Polish music press and radio dealt extensively with Nono's output. Several reviews and articles analyzed his works, explained his compositional techniques, illustrated his aesthetics, and discussed his political views. Furthermore, during his stay in Warsaw, Nono gave lengthy interviews, and some of his theoretical writings were translated by specialist magazines. Such sources, which haven't been extensively investigated by Nono specialists, allow to reconstruct how the composer's receptions developed in Poland from 1958 to 1965, thanks to the cultural and artistic milieu connected to Warsaw Autumn. Among the newspapers that have published reviews, reports, analyses, and interviews on the Warsaw Autumn, and above all, have formulated specific consideration on Luigi Nono, the lion's share was played by Ruch Muzyczny, as was easy to predict. Most of my observations are therefore based on this periodical, but I will also report opinions that have appeared in Przegląd Kulturalny, Tygodnik Powszechny, Kierunki, Świat, Nowa Kultura, Głos Pracy, and concerning radio broadcast, Polskie Radio. Among the authors, those who have written more often about Nono are Bohdan Pociej, Tadeusz Zieliński, and Zygmunt Micielski, but there are also extensive contributions by Chomiński, Eckert, Łobaczewska, Schiller, Biegański, as well as reviews by Jarociński, Kisielewski, Żelechowski, Waldorf, Okulsznik, Limanowski. Especially in a specialist periodical such as Ruch Muzyczny, the space dedicated to each edition of Warsaw Autumn is large, with discussions spanning several issues, allowing the expression of even conflicting opinions, which, therefore, are interesting to compare. Even more interesting is the evolution of thought or the change of opinion that can be observed over the years in the articles of some music critics and musicologists, a relevant fact, especially if we consider that the period studied spans just 7 years. From a chronological point of view, the writings concerning Luigi Nono are not distributed evenly within the period considered. Interest in the Venetian composer literally exploded on his first appearance at the Warsaw Autumn in 1958. In the weeks and months immediately following the second edition of the festival, numerous and extensive comments on Nono's works performed on that occasion appeared in the press. The fact is not to be taken for granted, but on the contrary, the breadth of the discussion dedicated to the composer and the frequency with which the various music critics and musicologists returned to deal with him denote the strong impact that his music, hitherto virtually unknown in Poland, had aroused during the Warsaw Autumn. In the following 2 years, Nono seems to disappear from the panorama of the Polish music press, but the interest of the specialized editorial boards in him does not go completely away, as shown, for example, by the choice to publish a translation of the famous Presenza storica nella musica d'oggi, a text that was then a novelty, having been written only a year earlier for a conference in Darmstadt. The publication of this writing in Italian, English, and German took place only in 1960. Therefore, this Polish translation is to be considered among the very first occasions for the circulation of this text. In 1961, thanks to Nono's presence at the festival, interest in him and his music exploded again, giving rise to long comments, reviews, and interviews. Until 1963 including, the attention of the press towards Luigi Nono always remained very high, so that the years between 1961 and 1963 can be considered the hottest heart of the period studied in this paper. Finally, in 1964 and 1965, we witness a decisive change of direction. The number of mention of Nono's work decreases drastically, and at the same time, some more critical attitudes towards his music appear also on the part of authors who in the previous years had appreciated it. Also, from the point of view of context, the period considered is anything but static, the evolution of which coincides only in part with the segmentation identified on a chronological level. When Nono appeared on the Polish scene in 1958, music critics and musicologists reacted by trying, first of all, to classify him both with respect to the musical panorama of the time and with respect to the main trends of the first half of the 20th century. Nono is immediately recognized as an exponent, a prominent exponent of the young experimental avant-garde, to be associated with Stockhausen and Boulez. Depending on the case, he is classified as a serialist or an expressionist, definitions that will return in the following years, and to which the label of pointillist will also be added. Compared to the past, Nono is placed right from the start in a relationship of continuity with Webern for his compositional technique and with Schoenberg for the expressive emotional power of the music. In a second moment, thanks to the declarations of Nono himself, the elements of continuity with the season of Italian madrigalism were also highlighted, first of all with Gesualdo da Venosa and Claudio Monteverdi. This generalist attitude predominates up to and including 1962, while starting from 1963, more extensive and systematic considerations appear on Nono's style, which is analyzed in detail and for the first time is contextualized with respect to the composer's artistic career, a sign that at this point, music critics and musicologists had begun to develop a critical knowledge of Nono's work. This allowed them to conduct more in-depth analysis of the works presented at the festival between 1963 and 1965. Such critical knowledge is also responsible for their greater ability to formulate autonomous judgments about the works, thanks to which between 1964 and 1965, music critics and musicologists also came up with a grounded criticism of Nono's style. Finally, let's see which aspect struck the attention of the Polish press in the period under consideration, both positively and negatively. Just a side note, such judgments were partly compromised by the chronological divergences that often existed between the date of creation of a work and the date of its performance at the Warsaw Autumn. In the same edition of the festival, very recent and older compositions were performed side by side. Therefore, the knowledge of a composer's stylistic evolution was not always up to date. On the other hand, Polish music critics and musicologists seem to place the works performed at the Warsaw Autumns on the same temporal level, without discussing their belonging to different moments of an artistic path. Furthermore, some works have been reproposed in several editions. This is the case, for example, of Il Canto Sospeso. In such cases, it is evident how the reception developed with the repetitions of listening and how, in part, some opinion changed. So, from the very beginning, Nono was appreciated by everyone, both by his admirers and by his detractors, for his strong distinctiveness and originality, due to a very innovative treatment of the sound material and a disruptive expressive power. At the beginning, some negative notes emerged relating to Il Canto Sospeso, which was accused of failing in the management of the formal structure. In the years 1961-62, the judgments, positive, were reiterated about the expressive emotional power of Nono's music and about his ability to maintain high tension without ever discharging it completely. Thanks to the references to Gesualdo and Monteverdi made at that time by Nono himself in his interviews, the awareness of the classicism of his formal choices is gaining ground, and also the awareness of a certain aestheticism of Nono's music due to the importance of the melodic dimension and the beauty of the sound masses. Individual specific issues also emerge here and there, such as the problem of the treatment of the vocal text, the legacy of Italian melodrama, and the relationship between art and political commitment. Starting from 1963, however, more aware analysis of Nono's compositional technique and the evolution of his style stood out, which aimed at illustrating how his writing worked in the scores presented at the Warsaw Autumn. Music critics and musicologists continued to insist on aspects that had already been highlighted in previous years, such as stylistic distinctiveness and originality, expressive and emotional power, ability to maintain long arcs of tensions, beauty of melody and sound masses, organicity of formal structure. However, now music critics did not just mention such aspects, but tried to explain the compositional expedients through which Nono achieved similar results. It is interesting to note that two unusual opinions date back to these years, namely the idea of a certain ease of expression of Nono's music. This is an opinion expressed by Zielinski, and the idea of some analogies of his writing with film music, this, as Boris Jarostowski pointed out in an interview with Eckert. Finally, between 1964 and 1965, music critics reacted with some amazement to the stylistic changes that they identified in the works of Nono presented in those two editions of the festival, namely Canciones a Guiomar in 1964 and Diario Polacco 58 in 1965. While continuing to underline the originality and stylistic novelty, the melodic invention and the beauty of the sound masses, in the case of Canciones a Guiomar, they identified a tendency to abandon the usual dramatic power in favor of a more lyrical and almost cantabile writing. With Diario Polacco 58, however, substantial criticism emerged for the first time, based on a real understanding of Nono's compositional technique. Zielinski, who in previous years had always expressed himself in extremely positive terms towards Nono's music, in this case found that the score was compromised by a certain formal disproportion, in particular in the relationships between micro and macro structures, by an exasperation of the arches of tension, and by an unconvincing development of the musical discourse. So now I turn to conclusions. In years when recordings of avant-garde music were very rare, and scores, if any, knew little circulation, the Warsaw Autumn played a fundamental role to make Luigi Nono's oeuvre known beyond the Iron Curtain. Through the reactions of the press to the performances of Nono's work at the festival between 1958 and 1965, it was possible to reconstruct the evolution of the approach of Polish critics and musicologists towards Nono's music and compositional thought. In this way, a new piece is added to the story of Nono's reception, and, hopefully, the foundations have been laid to better contextualize the way in which some stylistic traits and compositional techniques of the Venetian composer have been assimilated by colleagues beyond the Iron Curtain. Thank you.
Thank you, Giada, very much for this very interesting information about Luigi Nono and his reception in Poland. And now we are going straight to the next speaker, and we will get back to you at the end of the session. And our next speaker is Marika Nadareishvili, the Associate Professor of the Music Theory Department from the Tbilisi State Conservatoire. And Marika is also a Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Conservatoire's online journal Musicology and Cultural Science, the head of the Research Department and head of Music Theory Department at the Tbilisi State Conservatoire. It's very nice to see you, Marika, and you may start.
Thank you, dear Beata. Nice to see you too. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be part of this very important event. Today I will try to introduce a Georgian female composer, Natala Svanidze, whose personal and creative life directly and indirectly was defined by the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Now I will try to share my screen. Okay, Beata, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation, so you can start.
In Georgian music, scene in the middle of the 20th century had obviously developed within the context of Soviet music, the cultural epicenter of which revolved around the compositional school of Moscow and Leningrad. A growing interest in modern composition techniques in Georgia mirrored similar impulses in the compositional schools of other Soviet republics. Another tendency that Soviet republics in the composition school of other another tendency that Soviet republics also had in common was making large stylistic leaps in a short amount of time. Describing this period, researchers talked about the aesthetic stylistic phenomenon called Soviet avant-garde, which matured from the mid-1950s to 1960s. Although for Georgian culture, the term Georgian modern seems more suitable in my opinion. As Vysotsky writes, the second wave of the European avant-garde, as well as the novelties of Stravinsky, Bartók, and New Vienna school composers, became the guiding line for the earth. Another very important impetus for the stylistic renewal of Georgian music in that period was the Warsaw Autumn Festival, which was attended by delegations of Georgian composers. As known, the festival became one of the main centers of contemporary art, from which the newest musical trends got in Soviet republics and not only. Although most Georgian composers that attended this festival did not embrace the innovations or use them directly in their music. As the famous Georgian musicologist Orjonikidze noted at the end of the 1970s, Georgian music has remained essentially indifferent to the extremism of harmonic systems. Atonal thinking has not been established in our reality. The 12-tone system has failed, although there are separate attempts to master it. However, Georgian composers have shown great interest in the achievements of romantic harmony, the developed experience of impressionists. While such a not so positive attitude towards the new compositional language prevailed, there were exceptions, composers whose compositional style was extremely different. Among them was Natala Svanidze, one of the distinguished Georgian composers and the most valuable woman composers of the 21st century in Georgian professional music. It can be said that no other Georgian composer has had such a radical change on compositional style due to the influence of the Warsaw Autumn Festival as this composer. This fact was always highlighted and emphasized by Natala Svanidze herself. Almost 70 years of her activity can be divided in two periods. From the late 1940s until 1963, her music coincided with the traditions of neo-romantic style in Georgian professional music of the time. The composer's journey to Poland in the 1960s became a turning point, which radically changed her creative and artistic orientations. In 1962, she attended the Warsaw Autumn Festival, as well as after this, she released annual recordings from this festival. I exhausted my potentials in the 1960s. This romantic style form no longer satisfied me, and I was ready to accept novelty when not everyone was ready for this in my country, recollects the composer. From this period, Natalia Swine's style is based on the new types of the 20th century composition technique, themes and musical language of anti-Soviet orientation. For that time, her musical language underwent radical changes, with tonal thinking replaced by a diffuse harmonic system with the tonality as a dominant feature. In Soviet Georgia, this was a very difficult and unfavorable choice for an artist, particularly a woman composer. As famous Georgian musicologist Orjonikidze noted at the end of 70s, someone has used the principle of aleatory. Do not fall into ecstasy about it. Others have borrowed 12-tone technology. Don't rush as if such technology is a necessary condition for creativity today. Let's examine the artistic result first to find out whether the composer was able to see the reality in a new way, to reveal these still hidden patterns. Science reaped the fruits of her choice to the end of her life. Her music was not recognized, almost never performed. She remained faithful to this vanguard principle all her life. She had a solo concert only once, in 2010, when she was 84 years old. According to the composer, most of her artistically valued works were written in the second period of her creative life. This is why, in her last years, she destroyed almost all scores of her early tonal works. The usage of new composition techniques in Georgian music can be traced back to the late 1960s, during the time that followed the well-known event of the Iron Curtain. The new musical lexis broke into Georgian musical space, describing the characteristic of Georgian music of the 1960s and 1970s. Ruslan Tsurtsumia writes notes. From the achievements of the 20th century, the art of Stravinsky, Bartok, Shostakovich, Prokofiev, Honegger, and others was of particular significance for Georgian music. The impressionist harmonic and timbral world also turned out to be close to it. Great reverence was shown to sonorism. Aleatory and stereo techniques were fragmentarily applied. Minimalist means were also used and actually remain different to constructivism and other avant-garde noughties. It is also noteworthy that only in the last years have Georgian musicologists begun investigate an importance as well as influence of Warsaw Autumn Festival on new Georgian professional music. The works created in the second period of Natalia Swine's creative life include two symphonies, two oratoriums, monodram, and two piano works. Her creative heritage is not so numerous, which she explained as follows. I do not repeat the form. I have never written music for money. I create when something is ready to be created. New heritage conquered in every work. Each of the composer's works is a certain stage followed by another, the height not tested yet. She does not have one standard to make music with. Despite the common tendencies that existed in Soviet, Russian, and Georgian music in the middle of the 20th century, different national schools of the Soviet republics accepted disparate types of modern composition techniques. For example, the 12-tone technique was first mastered in Russia. Despite a background of great resistance until the mid-1960s, a lot of composers representing different styles, such as Balkonsky, Part, Denisov, Shchedrin, Slonimsky, Karakarayv, Alfred Schnittke, and others, they incorporated the 12-tone technique in their works. In Georgian music, the history of dodecaphonic composition starts in the late 1960s, when artists from different generations applied the technique only as an experiment. Natalia Swinze was the only one in Georgian composition school for whom the aesthetics of constructivism turned out to be organic. Her composition style was based on a non-orthodox approach to dodecaphony combined with free atonality, modality, sonorism, and controlled aleatory. In spite of this, she remained faithful to her principles. Swinze considered the polyphony-based characteristic of traditional Georgian music to be the main component of her own style. The coexistence of what might at first glance seem to be incompatible approaches, expressionist surrealism and Georgian folklore, was natural for Swinze. Her composition score is the first piano work created in the second period. In the work, she uses Weber principles of segment surrealism. The first part of the work developed by the principle gradually including the voices of this polyphonic texture. Unlike the effective graphical first part, second movement of the piece accentuated the timbre coloristic side of the ordinary piano sound. Here the tone row is scattered in chord sonority. Satisfaction of graphical serial segments is restored again at the end of the work, which makes a circle and brings us back to the starting point. The notation of this piece is a visual reflection of the composer's polyphonic thinking. Each segment has not only its own sound, but also the register space and stuff. In general, her atonal works continue the tradition of Schoenberg, Berg, and lesser extent Weber. The specificity of Swanidzi's dodecaphony implies that the composer managed to integrate a non-orthodox approach to dodecaphony and Georgian folk influences. These are expressed even at a structural level. In Swanidzi's era, this technique was not presented in pure form, but mainly used in synthesis with another technique or harmonic system. However, the dodecaphony is presented differently in her different compositions. For example, in the circle, segment dodecaphony is dominant, while in Symphony No. 1, folk intonation and the tone row are integrated. The vertical providing of the tone row is almost never encountered in her another piece in monodram. Georgian composers were mainly somewhat unresponsive to the dodecaphony and the aesthetics of constructivism in general. In this case, inherent features of national culture were of crucial importance and defined its identity along with peculiarities of historical development, the musical tendencies existence in Georgia and Russia before the creation of the Soviet Union and the beginning of the 20th century. By the middle of the last century, Russian Soviet musical culture was ready for the atonality in general. The traditions of which were incepted in Russian avant-garde at the beginning of the 20th century. I mean, Roslovets, Vishnegradsky, Matyushin, Obukhov, and other composers were actively looking for alternative methods of musical expression. After considering Scriabin expanded tonality, it was quite logical to create non-tonal system for the organization of composition. After the revolution, the search for avant-garde processes stalled within the Soviet Union, but from 1956, it quickened pace. In the first decades of the 20th century, similar searches were not observed in Georgian music. Instead, Georgian music bypasses the common European historical stage of tonal breakdown. In fact, the period in which the foundations of Georgian classical music were established coincides with the time. This is possibly why the 12-tone system turned out to be inorganic and less interesting. It was almost entirely ignored when Georgian composers tried to compensate for the loss of the 1960s by accelerating their search for other composition techniques. Swainidze was actually the only composer among the most recent proponents of Georgian music who composed in a polystylistic manner, where the aesthetics of constructivism and surrealism were of leading importance, instead of the neo-tonal model that was popular among her contemporaries. Unlike the decaphony, in Georgian music of the second half of the 20th century, sonoristic technique was the most acceptable composition technique. This can be explained by the influence of Debussy's Ravels on Georgian composers' music of the time, which sparked the general interest in the colorfulness of sound and harmony. Many composers, including Khancheli, Londi, Nasidze, Gajahmadze, have used it in different ways, usually combining it with other techniques or harmonic systems, and generally not applying it throughout the work. And again, we must mark Natalia Swanidze's Second Symphony Ballet, which, as the composer noted, was created under the influence of the Polish composer's sonoristic scores. This is a rare example of clear sonoristic technique. But before this composition, she created oratory Georgian Lamentations, where the composer applies multi-part sonoristic canonic imitations and tone clusters. Sonoristic sections are presented in her another composition, oratory Pirosmani. In the composition that also saw the first examples of the use of quotation and polystylistics in Georgian professional music. Once regretfully Swanidze said, "I came early to this world. I was born for electronic music. But in Georgia at that time we had no technical means to create this type of music." She is the first composer who used electronic music in her composition. I mean oratory Georgian Lamentation, where the principles of national traditional music and modern musical language and technique are combined. In first and second movement of the oratory, chanting and serial technique, Swan Zari, funeral song, and serial technique are combined. Particularly innovative for that period was part number 5 of the oratory, which included electronic music. The uniqueness of this part is determined by several moments. This is the first sample of electronic music in Georgia, and Natalia Swanidze was working in Moscow at that time and had the opportunity to work on the synthesizer Synthi 100. This was a famous for that time synthesizer invented by Zinoviev, and this synthesizer was brought from England to Moscow in the early 1970s. And for this synthesizer, many Soviet composers such as Artemiev, Martinov, Bogdanov created their works. Music for famous film movies such as Tarkovsky's Stalker, Konchalovsky's in Siberia. Unfortunately, this was the only attempt of Swanidze to compose electronic music. Swanidze used to say that I very much trust the development rate. You cannot stop. I'm afraid of lagging behind modernity. I'm afraid to be frozen. In fact, once attendance of the Warsaw Autumn Festival had a crucial importance on Swanidze's life. It became an impulse that allowed the composer not to betray her own principles. At the beginning of the 21st century, Georgian performance and musicologists reopened composer Natalia Swanidze. Almost her scores are published. Her music has performed in Georgia and abroad. Swanidze's approach to the modern composition forms and language persisted in Georgian music later on, mainly in the works of 90s composers, which indicates Warsaw Autumn Festival's influence in latent, hidden form in the contemporary Georgian musical life. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Marika, for bringing us this very interesting profile of Natala Stvanidze, a woman composer. We don't know much about her, and certainly she deserves to be better known. So thank you very much for now, and we are going straight to our last speaker in this session. This will be Rima Poviljonienė, a full professor at the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. Rima is also an assistant editor-in-chief of the scholarly yearly Lithuanian Musicology and an editor at the Lithuanian National Philharmonic. And her interests include Lithuanian cultural and musical life, Lithuanian national identity and modernization processes in the 20th century, musical avant-garde and modernism, which includes also microtonal and spectral music. And today, Rima will present us a paper entitled Quarter Tone Experiments in Lithuanian Music from 1970s, 1980s in the light of Warsaw Autumn influences. Welcome, Rima.
Thank you for your introduction and hello everyone. It's really an honor to be here as the speaker at the conference dedicated to Warsaw Autumn. That was a really important event, every event, especially like an open window in the period of Iron Curtain. So I would like now to present, to talk about some music examples and provide music examples by Lithuanian composers, which probably were influenced or somehow reflected their interests that these composers received after attending the Warsaw Autumn in the 70s or 80s. So in my presentation, I want to talk about some influence to Lithuanian composers, which they experienced possibly due to their attendance, participation, or other like to Warsaw Autumn Festival in 70s and 90s. And in this light, I would metaphorically use the migration concept, and taking into account a close neighbor intertwine and exchange of musical ideas between Lithuanian and Polish musical environment. Now I would like to share my screen and my slides. And please tell me, do you see the full screen of the slides?
Yes, we can see it, so you can start.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Friedrich Ratzel was probably the first who argued that no culture had evolved in isolation and that contact and borrowing between groups should be considered to be far more common in human history than instances of social and cultural innovation. Ratzel believed that the principal mechanism of diffusion was migration, so he arrived at the conclusion that migration theory is the fundamental theory of world history. While Wolfgang Welsch has pointed out that the cultural content of each country potentially contains content from other countries, as the German scholar noticed, de facto, our cultures no longer have any kind of uniformity or separateness. Rather, they permeate one another and are further characterized by mixtures. Thus, referring to the phenomena of cultural migration, I would try to discuss a particular type of music composing. My focus is based on technique of microintervals and the use of quarter tones in the works by Lithuanian composers, emphasizing several examples from 70s and 80s. But firstly, I would like to talk about microtonal tendencies in general. It will be true to say that the application of microintervals in music has experienced some kind of renaissance in the second half of the 20th century. And however, at the very beginning of the 21st century, an American composer and writer on music, Julia Vernz, has raised the question, where are the microtones? because she noticed that despite various and radical innovations and experiments in the field of music, the microtonality didn't firmly establish in the practice, and the microtonal composition still remains a stranger for the majority of performers and general audiences. It is well known that the focus on microtones regained the attention already in the beginning of the 20th century. We notice the increasing dissatisfaction with the limited possibilities of Western major-minor system, the turn of music processes towards abandonment of form and melody, the revision and extension of the diatonics, and even we may see that the creators started to talk about the exhaustion and tiredness of the 12-tone system. At that time, Ivan Vishnegradsky, in his famous manual, recorded his statement that quarter tone is the future and basis of the modern music. And to explain the transformations and changes in 12-tone music starting in the beginning of the 20th century, Julia Vents has proposed a concept A12 systems. In Lithuania, in few decades of interwar, we may face a single but very bright and consistent case of quarter-tone experiments in the creative work by Jeronimas Kačinskas. He was Alois Haber's pupil at Prague Conservatoire, but his experiments were interrupted by the Second World War and were not followed in the country. While in the 70s, we may see like a new outset, a new interest in quarter tones that basically resounded to the manifestation of avant-garde in general, and later on developing into two directions of microtonal manifestation that I would describe as decorative and structural approach. In the first middle of the 20th century, Lithuania had, as I mentioned, a direct representative of the main pioneer in microtonal music, Czechian composer Alois Haber. So was Lithuanian composer Jeronimas Kačinskas, and he was an active advocate of microtonal music, attempted to establish the microtonal movement institutionally, published articles in local press. Also, in 1933, he wrote his quarter-tonal trio number 1 for trumpet, viola, and harmonium. Unfortunately, this piece was not performed until composer was alive. Moreover, quite for a long time, this trio was considered to be lost until in 2013, Lithuanian musicologist Rūta Stanevičiūtė found the manuscript or handwritten score of this trio in Czech archive in Prague. And the historical premiere of this composition happened in 2017. So this trio may be regarded as one of the earliest examples of Lithuanian avant-garde music and very consistent and true implication of quarter-tone music. Now I would like to provide you a sound example of this trio, but I have to switch to another window to play this example. I hope you hear the sound. So this was an excerpt from Kaczynska's trio. However, the energetic and quite successful Kaczynska's intentions were cancelled because of radical turn in politics and history, the Soviet occupation and the eruption of the Second World War, and this forced Kaczynska's emigration. Looking from nowadays, it is clear that Kaczynska's experimental ideas were not followed and not taken over. The phenomena that emerged in 1970s that I will talk about now was rather a response, a reaction to the display of avant-garde concepts in music in the world in general. Up to the 1990s, very few attempts to employ microtonal or, true to say, quarter tone elements and the use of certain pitch notation in the regular score can be noted. Among such examples, I would provide Vytautas Barkauskas and a very subtle message in one of his compositions, Monologue for Oboe, composed in 1970. In the early 60s, Vytautas Barkauskas was one of the first in Lithuania to experiment with serial, aleatoric, collage, and other techniques. In the context of that time, of official, politically moderate musical language, Barkauskas' ideas boldly declared the avant-garde. And this monologue is a very interesting case in that context, as the introduction is based on the oscillation around one tone, ornamented with the various trills, and also this introduction uses one single quarter tone that is a very subtle, maybe regarded a very subtle message. This composition also was not, not the first one that was interested in Barkauskas for quarter tones. Also, I have to mention that already in 1968, he composed intimate composition for oboe and strings, and this employed aleatoric elements as in some manner reflecting Penderecki's Capriccio. Interestingly, that monologue was published by Edition Peters in Leipzig 1 year later after the composing. And this composition is surrounded by memorable incidents. And that incident happened also in Warsaw Autumn. While attending Warsaw Autumn Festival, Barkauskas passed the score of monologue to famous oboist Lothar Faber, who performed the piece at the Rouen Festival in France. As a result, Barkauskas was forbidden to go abroad for 5 years, and the Soviets banned the performance of his other composition that was scheduled in Warsaw Autumn. So here I would like to make an excursion to Warsaw Autumn as other music events in neighbor Poland and their role in forming the concepts of Lithuanian authors. These events served like a platform for the exchange of news and like a bridge connecting thus up and beyond the Iron Curtain. Krzysztof Droban noted that in mid-70s, little was known in Poland of Lithuanian music. Mostly, the selected pieces were presented in the concerts organized by Goskoncert and Soviet Composers Union management. In the program of sporadic concerts, sometimes included single pieces by Lithuanian composers or performance by Lithuanian musicians. In example, the main collective of musicians in the country, the Lithuanian National Symphony Orchestra, its first tournée outside Soviet Union, experienced in 1969 to Poznan, while 4 years later, in 1973, they performed in former GDR cities like Eisenach, Weimar, Erfurt, Goethe. In such tournée concerts, some Lithuanian music was presented. Also, usually the programs were supervised by the organizer, Goskoncert. But at a similar time, in the end of the 70s, a clear breakthrough occurred. In 1977, Vytautas Landsbergis was invited to the independent event in Stalova Vola that was called Musical Encounters in Baranov. He presented a paper on Lithuanian music, talked about Bronius Kutavičius. Subsequently, Kutavičius' music started to be performed in Stalova Vola concert series, commissioned and performed by Penderecki, as well as presented at the Warsaw Autumn. This situation shows that presentation of Lithuanian music slowly was introduced to the festival programs of the neighbor country. But already prior to it, Lithuanian composers time to time attended these events, like Warsaw Autumn, listening to the premieres, meeting new directions in music, then coming back with new scores and records and sharing and discussing them in unofficial gatherings. As Vytautas Barkauskas recalled, once he was criticized by some others because he was sharing the avant-garde compositions by Penderecki. Also, it was Barkauskas who in 1963 visited Tallinn and brought home a copy of Ernst Krenek's study on 12-tone composition. The copy was provided by Arvo Pärt. Such facts draw a colorful story describing the ways of the migration of new music ideas to Lithuania. And the second example, if I have some time yet, I would like to talk about another composer, Jurgis Juozapaitis. The same year when Barkauskas' monologue was composed, in 1970, Lithuanian composer Jurgis Juozapaitis composed the symphonic poem Stained Glasses. 3 years later, he composed Rex Symphony. Both scores colorfully employ the quarter tones. These works to some extent summarized the composer's youthful attempts. I may say that the manipulating with quarter tones in Juozapaitis' music reflected the general tendency that was typical at that time in the music by Lithuanian composers and maybe influence from the neighbor experiences. It is a coloristic or decorative approach, an inflection of ordinary 12 TAT pitch. And this use of quarter tones may be illustrated here in second string quartet when we see that the single tone may be surrounded by the quarter tones up and down. As Juozapaitis stated already in his early works, he predicted that sound color will occupy a special place. And Rex Symphony, that was composed in 1973, is a very bright example of this colorful sound harmony. For example, to create a snaking sound mass in the strings in the beginning of the symphony, Juozapaitis uses glissandos and multi-layered chords, and also he invoked quarter tones. Because of the lack of time, I will not play this sound example, but move further. And talking about Juozapaitis' Rex Symphony, I have to provide another possible influence that this Lithuania composer experienced in the light of Warsaw Autumn Festival. The Rex Symphony draws a very close resemblance to Lutosławski's Second Symphony, composed in between 1965 and 67. Undoubtedly, this influential composition by Lutosławski impressed the large audiences worldwide with the manifestation of aleatories. And I would state that Lutosławski's symphony served as a prototype for Juozapaitis' Rex Symphony. There are some similarities that are based not only of external coincidence, like in binary form, two parts, but also we hear a clear resemblance in sound, grouping of certain instruments, switching from one group of instruments to another, a very similar ending, like here is presented in both scores. Trying to think about these coincidences, different questions may be, or very opposite questions may arise. From one side, it's an idea, maybe an idea of subconscious and indirect influence through listening experience. and on the other side, it may be a direct borrowing, studying the original score. And to finalize my presentation, I want to try to generalize the manifestation of microtones and quartertones in Lithuanian music. The characterization of microtonal composing still is under consideration, and here I provide just two opinions by Julia Verts and Lithuanian composer Rytis Mažulis. Julia Verts distinguishes two ways: expansion of established 12-tone equal temperament and elaboration and rejection, correction. It is most common technological focus based on the division of octave. But Rytis Mažulis focuses more on the creative intention. He points out that composer who decides to deal with microtones in his composition should first make a choice whether he is going to use microtones as a decorative tool or as a structural element. Thus, the observation by Mažulis let me summarize the manifestation of microtones and quartertones in contemporary Lithuanian music. And I would distinguish two ways that are quite different, yet supplementing each other. The first one would be non-systematic, or as Mažulis indicated, colorful, decorative approach, that is accidental or random appearance of microtones and quartertones with various their types that are listed here in the slide. And the second one could be a systematic, very initially organized and very logic type of composition, structural, constructive approach. And I have in mind a particular type of logic and a system that is applied to the whole musical work. In this, my report, I presented only few examples in Lithuanian music, but they reflect the general tendency of that period. They mostly correspond to the first group of decorative integration of quartertones. In fact, this manner reflected the general trend that was typical also to neighbor countries' music. But it's not, how to say, an elaborated, pure treatment of microtonality, in essence, as it was done by, for example, Harry Partch, by Leslie Blackwood, Ezra Sims, other microtonal composers. True to say, only some decades later, starting from the 1990s, in Lithuania will appear the figure composer Rytis Mažulis, who, with his true experiments in microtonality, will present this second or structural constructive approach. But of course, it's the other subject, and here I would like to close my presentation and very thanks you for your listening.
Thank you, Rima, very much. Thank you to all speakers, and I would like to invite you back to the studio, just we can talk together for a while. So thank you very much once again. All three papers were extremely interesting. We could hear some music also, and also to point to some names. And first, Giada, I want to thank you very much for focusing on Luigi Nono, because I think that usually when we think of avant-garde music, we probably refer to Stockhausen or Boulez, but Luigi Nono was really extremely important for Polish composers. And this is not just that I want to be kind to you now, but there are plenty of proofs. You, of course, quoted some critics, but I also remember many of memoirs from composers and members of music society in Poland that meeting with Luigi Nono in 1958, both in Warsaw Autumn, but also I think he had the lectures in the Music Academy in Kraków, and the society from Kraków, also from Katowice. It was a kind of revelation for them to meet Nono and to hear his ideas. listen to his lectures. So this was really important, and maybe just slightly beyond your paper, but can you say something about this personal contacts between Nono and Polish composers? Was he particularly close to any of Polish composers? Just if you can say something about this personal contacts.
Well, I can't say really much about these issues. I know for sure that he was very close to Markowski, so to a conductor. Well, when the problem of the relationship between Luigi Nono and Polish music, and between Polish music and Luigi Nono, it hasn't been yet researched, I mean, deeply. And I think that it's an important part of Luigi Nono artistical path, and also a very important part of his reception, which we aren't aware yet. And it's really a pity because as I could partially see through the press and the broadcast, the Polish artistical and cultural milieu was immediately very interested in Nono music and thought. Well, I don't know if also Nono was really interested. I mean, when I talk with Michał Bristiger, I talk with him many times because Nono is one of my research field. And Michał Bristiger knew, he met Luigi Nono during the 60s at the Warsaw Autumn. So he told me that maybe Luigi Nono didn't really understand the political and artistical view of Polish composers. And maybe he wasn't really interested in knowing how it really was. But as I told at the beginning of my paper, this is a quite controversial issue, and we surely need to deepen it.
Yes, thank you. Yes, of course, you mentioned this political issue, of course, because I just want to clarify to those who might not know about it that Luigi Nono was a member of Communist Party of Italy, and of course, Polish composers mostly were not communists from beliefs. From their beliefs, they lived in the communist country, of course, but they absolutely respected Luigi Nono and loved his music and really followed many of his ideas. So thank you very much again. And Marika, this will be a similar question as I asked Nana before, because some of the pieces of Natala Svanidze were from 68, 72. Were they performed during her lifetime or during the 70s or 80s, or just after 1995, let's say that?
Yeah, thank you. When you ask Nana this question, she mainly focused on Shurla-Shuli's performing situation. I want to highlight that for me there is different case with Natala Svanidze because of course the main problem of her music was that this music does not sound like ordinary Soviet music, but additionally she was a woman composer. And it was a really great problem because I have private video recording of her husband where he tell me how this problem was one of the main problems when she tried to perform her music in Georgia and in Moscow, because during years she was living in Moscow too. So there are two problems here: not Soviet musical language, and that she was not a main composer. It's very interesting that during Soviet years, some her scores were published by Composers Union, but this music does not sound from musical scene. This is was problem, and really her music now today almost her scores already is published, and mainly young performers already play her compositions. When we talked with her, she many times told to me that I know that now it is not time for my music. After my death, I am sure that in Georgia my music will be performed, and she was right, really.
Yes, it is a bit
Yeah.
sad when you
Yeah.
talk about it, and when we hear about it. This is also a question of women composer in the Soviet
Yeah,
Union or
it's
Soviet
very
Soviet
important
time.
problem. Mhm.
Yeah, because it is also quite amazing that she was allowed to go to Warsaw, but only once, not. It never repeated. But was she a member of Composers Union, and was she in good contacts with male
Yeah,
composers?
she was a member of union, but she has very, how it's say, she has no skills to communicate very freely with everyone. That was maybe such problem why her music does not played. She has very strong character with a very straight opinion about musical language, etc., etc. That is, she has no many friends, and yeah, she was member of Composers Union, but really Composers Union doesn't help to her. I mean, perform her music. I want to highlight that during many years she collect audio material from Warsaw Autumn Festival. She showed me CDs and vinyls from this festival, and she collect and listen to this music. And I want to highlight that Warsaw Autumn's influence on her life does not mean only her journey to the Poland one time. During many years, really, this festival, via this audio recording, influenced her, and it's very important.
Okay, thank you. I'm very glad you said that, because this is also my question to Rima now. Were these Lithuanian composers attending Warsaw Autumn officially or not officially, or were they just trying to find scores or vinyls or CDs later through some other sources or some personal contacts? What was this channel of communication, if you can say something?
The composers, they were attending the Warsaw Autumn Festival. They were coming to the festival like listeners, firstly. They were allowed to sometimes, time to time, to go to Poland. So this was, as I said, like a window for them to come from Lithuania and to hear some new music, to get new ideas. And usually they brought some scores and recordings, other material back to Lithuania and present it in such a way. Warsaw Autumn or Poland was not only the place where Lithuanian composers could get such kind of information. Also, it should be mentioned that it was possible going to Moscow in the Composer Union to get some material there. Also in Moscow, there were quite new compositions collected, but they were not shared very often, but it was possible. And also sharing between Estonian, Latvian colleagues. So this was like sharing of the material and ideas, that studying the scores, as when we were talking, making an interview with Juozapaitis, he told that he was bringing some scores from the Warsaw Autumn of new music. Then he was studying them at home, and then after he thought that it's already enough, he knows this composition, he brought the scores to the conservatoire library. So this in this light, it was the new music was spread more widely.
All right, thank you. This is, I think, quite important to remember about it, because in our time, it's just we just have an easy access to almost everything we need via internet. And this several decades ago, the situation was quite different, and especially on the east side of the Iron Curtain. So it's really important to remember about it, and to talk about it. Do you have some comments and questions to each other?
May I?
Yes,
I want to
please.
thank my colleagues for a very interesting presentation. I have a very short question to Rima when she has presentation. I think about same problem in Georgian music. Rima, my question is, how could you please define main impetus why microtonality was so spread via Lithuanian music? Because when I think about Georgian music, Natella has very rare examples of usages as some composers, but in Georgia, I don't know why this side of harmonic system does not developed. Could you please to define main directions, impetus why this microtonality was so developed in your country?
I think the main not influence, maybe the main reason was some kind reflecting the situation was happening in neighbor countries, like not only reflecting but happening at the same time. And all this, as would say, simple access to microtonality, or simple use, very moderate use of quarter tones, like implementation in the regular 12-tone music, was quite common worldwide. But if talking about a very specific attention, very specific composition technique, so Rytis Mažulis, who started his experiments in 1990s, he was like a very single figure in this field, and he seemed quite original among other Lithuanian composers. How it happened, I have to ask composer himself, but somehow he stays very passionate about all this microtonal composing till nowadays. He would say never switched to so much to other technique, like this microtonal composing is his very most primary path of his composing. But it's not like we would say that it's common for the whole Lithuanian music in whole.
Thank you.
Okay, so we started with 1958 festival when Giada was talking about Luigi Nono, and it reminded me a quote from Zygmunt Mycielski's review after that festival, which I want to share with you right now, but just want to say that in 1958, it was the second Warsaw Autumn Festival, as we remember, because the festival was established in 1956, but it was not clear from the beginning whether it will be every year or 2 years or more, maybe Biennale or in anything else. And the next edition was, the second edition was in 1958. And Zygmunt Mycielski wrote something like this, I quote: "Indeed, what happened in Warsaw went beyond any idea of any kind of tactical planning. It was a stick in an anthill. How could it be to make Nono and Stockhausen listen to Ivanov's Symphony No. 6 and Taktakishvili's piano concerto? To make the most serious editors and reviewers from various countries listen to Herbert I met zwei Kurzstücke from Cologne and Stockhausen's Gesang der Jünglinge. There is only one such place in the world today, and perhaps only one time for such a feat. End of quote. I love this quote, I have to say.
Thank you so much, Piazza. Could you please to send this quote? It's very, very specific quote.
This shows precisely the atmosphere of that festival
Absolutely,
in the,
definitely, yeah.
in the
Thank
end of
you.
the
It was very
50s.
good final coda of our session. Thank
Yes.
you.
So yes, exactly. So that's why I decided to quote it here and to share it with you. So that's exactly why we are also making this conference and discuss all these topics. So thank you very much once again for your wonderful presentations, for being
Thank
with
you.
us. And we are going now to have a coffee break. And the next session, the final session today, the session 3, will start at 3:30. Yes, and the chair will be Jolanta Guzy-Pasiek. So see you in about half an hour. Thank you
See
very
you
much.
later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back after a short coffee break. With a great pleasure, I open the last session today. And I would like to invite Dr. Michał Szczepan from Bratislava. He is a musicologist working at the Institute of Musicology of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Dr. Szczepan is focused on Slovak composers, mostly avant-garde music. One of them, Tadeusz Salvo, was a subject of his doctoral dissertation. Please.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Okay. It's an honor to me to present my paper. Now I will go share my screen. If it's okay, I will start. So, at the beginning of my paper, I would like to point out a few historical circumstances important for understanding the significance of the Warsaw Autumn Festival for the development of Slovak music. As we can see, that Slovakia and Poland, as neighboring countries, found themselves on the same side of the Iron Curtain after World War II.
Excuse me, Michał. Excuse me, there is no representation on the screen.
Okay. Is it clear?
No, we can. Oh, yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So, as we can see, Slovakia and Poland, as neighboring countries, found themselves on the same side of the Iron Curtain after the World War II. While in the first half of the 50s, the political and cultural situation was similar in both countries, in the second half, it was significantly different. I think everyone knows the circumstances in Poland after the Stalin's death, which led to the foundation of the Warsaw Autumn. In a situation in Slovakia did not change very much after the Khrushchev thaw. The doctrine of socialistic realism was still invalid. Although there has been a little progress in literature and the visual arts, music has still stagnated. One of the bright exceptions was the inclusion of previously banned composers as Debussy, Stravinsky, Hindemith, Prokofiev or Shostakovich in the program of the Slovak Philharmonic in the year 1957. Unfortunately, further efforts pointing to the need of progression in Slovak music were rejected. Everything there was controlled by Marxist ideologues infiltrated in all musical institutions who oversaw on the proper development of music in the intentions of building of socialism. In addition to the strong political influence, this was due to the servility of Slovak composers, to the regime, and the distrust to current musical trends from the West, from the Second Vienna School to other composers, mainly who were associated with Darmstadt. These facts are well proved by several statements on the First Council of the Slovak Composers Union in December 1959. Compositional techniques such as serialism, punctualism, or electroacoustic music were described as non grata for the further development of Slovak music. Young composers were especially begged to avoid this threat. And now I come to a generation of young composers who, unlike their older colleagues, rejected any prohibitions and felt the need to engage in the current musical context without any isolations. At this time, it was very difficult to get information about contemporary music. The only way was to share scores, recordings, and magazines obtained mainly by smuggling from abroad. The journey to the west side of the Iron Curtain and participation in Darmstadt was quite impossible. On the other side, the trip to Poland and visiting the Warsaw Autumn was relatively easy. It was soon discovered that the festival provided a wide range of possibilities, and young Slovak composers began to visit it regularly. This did not escape the attention of the Slovak authorities. For them, Poland represents a country considered as a revisionist, and dramaturgy of the festival became a big thorn in their side. For this reason, each volume of the festival was attended by a delegate who then published a review in the Slovak music, at this time the only professional magazine about about music in Slovakia. Here are some examples from reviews, which gave really distorted information about the festival, mainly for impartial readers. So, based on that public opinion about the festival, as well as on the contemporary music in the country, was not very positive. However, the innovation of musical life in Slovakia was unavoidable. It has started at the beginning of the 60s, mainly by the activities of young Slovak composer and musicologist who were striving for a progressive artistic program. In Slovak musicology, they are known as the Slovak musical avant-garde. It was consist of individualities born during the second half of the 20s until the 40s. It is interesting that activity of this group was started by young composers or then older ones. Accordingly, I will give you two examples of composers significantly affected by participation at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. The first one is Taber Salva. He's very close to me because I wrote a book about him, which was recently published. And Salva born in 1937, and in composition he was a pupil of Alexander Moises, a person with a very strong negative attitude not only to Schoenberg, but also to Janáček or Bartók. As a result of inclination to mentioned composer, Salva was fired from the Academy of Music in Bratislava in 1960s. It sounds incredible, but after that, at the age of 22, wrote a letter to Lutoslavsky asking him for a help. Lutoslavsky surprisingly assured him and personally invited him to Warsaw. This meeting also involved a visit to the fifth volume of the festival. Here Salva had the opportunity to hear compositions such as Lutoslavsky Venetian Games or Penderecki Threnody. The performance of the second mentioned work encouraged Salva to application of sonoristic technique in his work. As we can see, these scores are matched by an optical notation full of thick black lines. The using of clusters as a fundamental part of sonoristic concept or various extended techniques definitely coming from the works by Penderecki or Hiller. As Mirka Danuta stated that sonorism was restricted exclusively to Polish music of the early 60s. In this sense, it is possible to say that thanks to Salva, this phenomenon has spread also to Slovak music and represents here a unique contribution in this style. Here we can see the abbreviation symbols in Salva second quartet, which is very similar to Penderecki. Also, these clusters remains Penderecki anaclasis. However, creation of these sonoristic works were only a temporary period in the Salva's order. For him, the participation in the festival was essential for another reason. With Lutoslavsky's help, he started to study in Poland. In Katowice, he became pupil of Bolesław Szabelski, at this time 60 years old Polish composer, known for his attitude to serialism. Szabelski led Salva to the application of the compositional technique, which most suited to his creative nature, more than as in the case of his sonoristic experiments. This principally involved Lutoslavsky's method of limited aleatory in symbiosis with melodic and rhythmic elements derived from folklore, which Salva knew very well. He also liked to prefer a liturgical text, which again reminds Penderecki works, as well as the unconventional use of the human voice. Those became characteristic signs of Salva's natural and compositional language and were valid until his death in 1955. Another interesting example I want to speak about is the composer Ivan Hrušovský. He was born in 1927, so there is a 10-year difference between him and Salva. Hrušovský belonged to the older generation of composers with negative attitude to all new music from the West. Hrušovský was also pupil of Alexander Moises, who, unlike Salva, significantly influenced him. This was seen not only in his compositional approach, but also in his publishing activity, where he defended the concept of socialistic realism and strictly refused atonality as a foreign and unwanted element for Slovak music. Everything changed in 1962 after visiting the Warsaw Autumn. In this year, the Slovak Composer Union organized a trip to the festival, which had to confirm claims about the decadence of contemporary music performed there. The effect was quite different, or opposite, and most of the participants were extremely impressed by the whole event. The result was the newest compositional techniques were accepted by many composers with a previously reserved attitude. And this is exactly the case of Ivan Hrushevsky, who after his visit of the festival began to revise his older works, but mainly to compose new works in a completely different style. This change perfectly represents his work Combinazioni sonoriche per 9 strumenti. About this composition and whole personal transformation, composer himself said, I was tempted to use the opportunity to show what I could compose by means of the most extreme avant-garde techniques, dodecaphony, serialism, aleatorics, etc. I was slightly older than the Slovak avant-garde members, and I knew very well that I was taken for a conservative pupil of Alexander Moises, who was not able to contribute to a revolutionary change in Slovak music. Therefore, one has to judge this piece as a personal revolt, proof of my adaptability to the avant-garde. As composer indicated, this piece could be perceived as a manual of the compositional techniques which were performed on the festival, from punctualism, serialism to aleatory. Hrushevsky was deeply interested in the study of limited aleatory technique, which can be seen in his other composition, but also it passed into his publishing activity. The result is a book entitled Principle of Limited Aleatory from Compositional and Theoretical Perspective. In 12 chapters, he focuses on the development of aleatory technique with many examples of works by Boulez, Stockhausen, to the works of Polish school, with a chapter specially devoted to the use of aleatory in Slovak music. Very important in the sense of Hrushevsky transition was his speech at the end of Second Council of the Slovak Composer Union in 1963, where he called for an end of ideological intervention in musical works and demanded from the older composers their openness to current musical trends. As a result, at the end of the event, despite several dogmatic features, the heading members of the union fully accepted the use of the new compositional techniques and promised to support the initiative of the young avant-garde generation. As the situation changed in the 60s, so did the delegates of the festival. Instead of ideologues, there were young composers and musicologists who presented a true picture of the festival. Here is one example that presents the Warsaw Autumn as a model for Slovak musical life. During the times of the Iron Curtain, the Warsaw Autumn provided space for the presentation of Slovak composers and the ensembles. The Slovak Philharmonic, as a representative national orchestra, performed at the festival only twice, unfortunately not with very good reactions. On the other hand, the performances of young ensemble called Music of Today and work by previously mentioned composer Tadar Salva in 1968 can be considered as the best. Although the situation has changed after the fall of the Iron Curtain, the Warsaw Autumn Festival is still considered as an important event in Slovakian music subconscious. There are so many composers influenced by the program of the festival and mainly by works of the Polish composers. I tried to choose the most interesting of them. As can be seen from my contribution, influence on the development of Slovak music culture is undeniable. Thank you for your attention. And here you can see the table of Slovak works that have been performed at the festival during the times of the Iron Curtain. So thank you one more time.
Thank you very much, Michal. And let's switch to the next participant. Let me introduce Professor Lena Berechova. Professor Berechova is a Ukrainian musicologist and also a publicist. She is an employee of the Institute for Cultural Research, National Academy of Arts of Ukraine. She is interested in Ukrainian music of the 20th century and 21st century, but also in cultural studies. Her last book, titled Dialogue of Cultures, The Image of the Other in the Musical Universe, was published in 2020. Professor Berechova will speak on Warsaw Autumn as a space of cultural dialogue, Ukraine, Poland. Please.
Hello, everybody. I am very happy to participate in such respectable scientific event as the conference in the frame of Warsaw Autumn. Thank you for invitation. Among the huge, oh, I'm sorry, I should share screen.
Okay.
Can you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm sorry. And now? Can you see my presentation now?
Please wait a moment. Please try again.
Okay. I'm sorry.
If it's not possible, we'll ask our technical support.
Once more time. Share screen. Can you see my presentation now?
Oh yes, it's perfect. Thank you very much. You can start
I'm
your
very sorry.
presentation.
Among the huge number of local, regional, and international music festivals that exist in the world, Warsaw Autumn has a special place. For Ukraine, the Warsaw Autumn has always been one of the most important bridges through which Ukrainian artists have joined the European modern composition and performance practices and the latest trends in contemporary music. However, Ukraine did not start presenting its art at this festival from the very beginning. The appearance of the first Ukrainian works in the festival programs was preceded by a long period of accumulation of information about avant-garde trends in music, testing in the works of Ukrainian composers of the latest composers' technique, which were banned in Soviet times. A special role in this process belonged to the prominent Ukrainian composer Boris Latoshinsky, who in 1956-1967 regularly visited Poland as an official guest of the Warsaw Autumn. Latoshinsky always brought some scores and recordings of the latest music from the festival, which he then showed to the students of his class at the Kiev Conservatoire. Auditions turned into lively discussions. Debates often happened. The young generation of Ukrainian composers, open to experimentation, adopted and creatively rethought modern tendencies of European music, which provoked an outbreak of avant-garde searches in Ukrainian composers' work, expansion of expressive possibilities of timbre, sound, rhythm, transformation of ideas about time and space in music, modernization of other components of musical thinking. Boris Letoshinsky's composition class at Kiev Conservatory became a creative center, which was later called the Kiev Avant-Garde Group. It included Leonid Grabovsky, Valentin Silvestrov, Vitaly Godzatsky, Volodymyr Guba, Volodymyr Zagortsev, conductor Igor Blashkov, and others. Later, they were joined by Yevgen Stankovich, Ivan Karabits, Svetoslav Krutikov, and other composers. Leonid Grabovsky, one of Boris Letoshinsky's students, became the first Ukrainian composer whose work, in fact, broke the Iron Curtain and sounded at this festival. This happened in 1970, and it was a piano work, Homeomorphy 2, beautifully performed by German pianist Alois Kontarsky. In Homeomorphy 2, Grabovsky originally applied the ideas of algorithmic and stochastic composition, which circulated among leading musicians in the West in the late 1950s, early 60s, and were most pronounced in the works of famous composer Yanis Xenakis. Under his influence, Grabovsky uses mathematical methods to model musical processes and creates his own combinatorial system of algorithmic composition. It is interesting how Grabovsky's work got into the program of the Warsaw Autumn. A composer himself, not expecting the Ukrainian Composers Union to take care of young composers, sent his work directly to Witold Lutoslavsky as a member of the organizing committee of the festival. Thus, the work was included in the festival program and successfully performed. However, in the Union of Composers, such independence of the young composer in establishing international relations was regarded as an act of ignoring the regime. The story of Grabovsky became widely known throughout the Soviet Union, and a circular of the Union of Composers of the USSR was published. The document contained a direct threat of expulsion from the Union for unauthorized sending of scores abroad. I propose to hear a fragment of this composition. In the 1970s and 1990s, Ukrainian music was represented at the Warsaw Autumn Festival by composers from the 60s, Miroslav Skorik, Valentin Silvestrov, Yevgen Stankovich, Ivan Karabits, and the American composer of Ukrainian descent, Virko Bally. Valentin Silvestrov can rightly be considered a record holder in the number of works performed at the festival Warsaw Autumn. The total number of his works is 7. His music was first performed at the festival in 1983, and it was not a separate work, but an author's concert, the program of which consisted of piano and chamber miniatures performed by pianist Vadim Sakharov and cellist Ivan Monighetti. In the following years, Silvestrov's works of large forms were presented at the Warsaw Autumn. In particular, in 1992, his Symphony No. 5 was performed by the Symphony Orchestra of the Kiev Opera and Ballet Theatre under the direction of Virko Bally. The composer himself defined the genre of this work as post-symphonia, that is, what happens after the end of the sound, a kind of afterword, echo. A small fragment of this symphony. Of particular importance for Ukrainian culture and the development of Ukrainian-Polish cultural relations was the appearance in the festival programs of the Warsaw Autumn and other students of Boris Letoshinsky, a prominent Ukrainian composer Ivan Karabits. In 1989, his Concerto No. 2 for orchestra was performed at the festival by the Ukrainian Symphony Orchestra conducted by Igor Blashkov. This symphonic work is a continuation of the line of conflict dramatic type of symphony, which Ivan Karabits inherited from his teacher Boris Latoshinsky. At the same time, Concerto No. 2 became one of the first works in Ukrainian music in which sprouts of the postmodern type of thinking appeared due to stylistic diversity, the use of symbols of different epochs, quotations, stylistic allusions, etc. Researchers note in this work primarily neo-Baroque and neo-Romantic features. A small fragment, the Concerto No. 2 performs Bucharest Philharmonic Orchestra under the direction by the son of Ivan Karabits, Kirilo Karabits. However, the appearance of Ivan Karabis at the Warsaw Autumn Festival is important not only in terms of expanding the personalities of Ukrainian composers. Ivan Karabis was known in Ukraine and the world not only for his innovative compositional work, but also for his outstanding talent as an art manager. Participation in the Warsaw Autumn had a huge impact on the creative consequences of Ivan Karabis. He realized that the lack of such an international music festival in Ukraine deprives Ukrainian musicians of the opportunity to exchange creative ideas with European and world music community, to present the world the best achievements of the national culture. And in the following year, 1990, on the initiative of the composer, the first in Ukraine International Music Festival, Kyiv Music Fest, was founded in Kyiv, the first president and artistic director of which he was 12 years in a row. During the development of the concept of Kyiv Music Fest, Karabis focused on the model of Warsaw Autumn, but the artistic principles of Kyiv Music Fest were conceptualized more broadly, because the festival programs include not only avant-garde works, but also music by composers of previous epochs. Kyiv Music Fest also offers a wide panorama of the leading performing groups of Ukraine and abroad, scientific conferences, art exhibitions, musical and theatrical performances, etc. In fact, we can talk about the connection of Kyiv Music Fest with the first editions of Warsaw Autumn on the late 1950s, in the programs of which we could still find works by composers of past epochs: Brahms, Tchaikovsky, Strauss, and other representatives of the Romantic tradition of the 19th, early 20th centuries. The appearance on the cultural and artistic map of Ukraine of such a unique and original phenomenon as Kyiv Music Fest has led to the rapid development of the festival movement throughout Ukraine. In the early 1990s, there was a real festival boom. Contrasts appeared in Lviv, Today's and Tonight of New Music in Odessa, Kharkiv assemblies in Kharkiv, and so on. It is important to emphasize the importance of Olgerd Pisarenko, the director of the Warsaw Autumn International Music Festival at that time, participating in the jury of the composers competition held as part of the third Kyiv Music Fest in 1992. The contacts that were established between the two largest academic festivals in Ukraine and Poland were the impetus for the intensification of Ukrainian-Polish cultural cooperation. In the 2000s, Ukraine was represented at the Warsaw Autumn by the younger generation of composers: Alexander Shetinsky, Bogdana Frolyak, Bogdan Segin, Lubava Sidorenko, Anna Korsun, Oleksiy Shmurak, Maxim Kolomyets. This is a generation of young, ambitious musicians who successfully integrate into the European music context, study abroad, win grants, participate in workshops of contemporary composers with world names, participate in festivals, competitions, creative residences, and other events held by leading music centers in Europe. In their work, They freely combine modern compositional techniques, experiment with electronics, achieving significant artistic results. In particular, Shetinsky and Frolak prefer meditative stylistic together with minimalist technique. Lubava Sidorenko, sonorous aleatoric method of composition. Segin and Korsun, extended performing techniques. Shmurak and Kalamies, game postmodernist aesthetics. For example, Maxim Kolomiets' work, which is named Soft Glass, is based on the musical material of Peter Tchaikovsky's Dance of Fools, Opus 12. Kolomiets separates different elements of the musical structure, harmony, rhythm, tempo. Due to this, all parameters began to exist separately. Familiar harmonies and melodies, distorted and transformed, turn everyday history into surreal action. A small fragment of this composition. Since 2005, the Warsaw Autumn has seen an intensification of women representation from Ukraine. Bogdana Frolak became the first Ukrainian woman composer to perform at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Her chamber work on the text of the Psalm of David number 10, "How say you to my soul, fly to the mountain like a bird," was written by order of the Society of Fans of the Warsaw Autumn. Lubava Sidorenko made her debut at the Warsaw Autumn in 2007 with the work Metabola for chamber orchestra. And the youngest among all Ukrainian composers who at least once presented their works at the Warsaw Autumn was Anna Korsun. She was only 26 years old when her work Landscapes was performed at the Warsaw Autumn in 2012. The small fragment of Anna Korsun's work. Among the Ukrainian performers and artistic groups that took part in the festival at different times, we will mention the names of violinist Oleg Krysa, pianists Evgenia Basalayeva and Dmitro Tavanets, conductors Igor Blashko, Virka Bali, and Volodymyr Sirenko, the Ukrainian Symphony Orchestra, and Kiev Opera and Ballet Theatres Orchestra, chamber ensembles, Kiev soloists, and Nostri Temporis. And some words for conclusion. For almost of the entire 20th century, Ukraine was in the colonial status of one of the provinces of the Soviet Empire and was deprived of the opportunity to present its creative achievements abroad. Therefore, our country had a hard time making its way to the Warsaw Autumn. The great merit in this belonged to the outstanding Ukrainian composer Boris Lyatoshinsky, thanks to the enthusiasm and powerful educational mission of which his students learned about the latest trends in European music. Lyatoshinsky became the leader of the young generation of Ukrainian composers in the world of modern music, and the festival itself, a catalyst for avant-garde pursuits in Ukraine, which in a very short time overcame the forced isolation from European musical processes and revealed the world brilliant names of composers Leonid Grabowski, Miroslav Skorik, Valentin Silvestrov, Yevgen Stankovich, Ivan Karabets, and others who made the glory of the modern Ukrainian school of composition and today continue its traditions. It is also important that if in the 1980s and 1990s Ukraine was represented at the Warsaw Autumn by 40, 50 years old composers, in the 2000s the initiative passed to the very young ones, 20, 30 years old. A new generation of artists has grown up who are free in their creative intentions and successfully integrated into the European music space throughout direct contacts with leading European cultural institutions, creative groups, and individual musicians. In total, during the 65 years of the Warsaw Autumn Festival, few works by Ukrainian composers have been performed, 28, but each of them is very important in the context of Ukraine's European aspirations and the development of Ukrainian-Polish cultural relations. Ukraine's presence at this festival took various forms and evolved from the performance of individual Ukrainian works in general chamber, choral, and symphonic concerts to large thematic concert programs of works written specifically for the festival. The music of Ukrainian composers, which sounded at different times at the Warsaw Autumn, was different in content, imagery, stylistic parameters, and compositional strategies. There were works with high degree of avant-garde and purely experimental compositions, but most of them were examples of lyrical elements that distinguish Ukrainian music in the world and add a unique color to the bright sound palette of the Warsaw Autumn. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Professor Berechova. Let me invite the last speaker in this session, Dr. Monika Prusak. Hello, Dr. Monika Prusak is a Polish and Italian musicologist. She is also an active musician and teacher. Her doctoral dissertation in Sapienza University in Rome was under intriguing title, The Musical Sense of Nonsense. Petrassi and Ligeti, two examples of neo-madrigalism in the second half of the 20th century. Dr. Prusak is also a musical critic for Il Corriere Musicale in Milan. Today, she will tell us about Settimana Internazionale Nuova Musica in Palermo, the birth of a long-time Polish-Italian collaboration. Please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Good afternoon to all colleagues and to all people in front of the screen, unfortunately, but we have to manage this situation. And now I will try to open my presentation. Please tell me if you see it.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I would like to present to you today a twin festival of Warsaw Autumn, the International Weeks of New Music, which took place in Palermo, Italy, in Sicily, in the years 1960-1968. Palermo is a very particular city, chaotic on one side, but fascinating and full of unexpected situations on the other.
Excuse me, would you be so kind to give it to full screen because we can see?
Yeah, but I did it. Oh, sorry. I will try again.
Okay. Anyway, it is visible, but smaller than usually. No.
Not. Okay. I will try again. Please tell me if you see it now on full screen.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying just about Palermo. It's a very particular city where the art and the artists and the events often seem to be hidden or inaccessible. Why? The reason for the situation is a kind of expressionist approach to the art and to the artists of own life, some kind of reminiscence of 20th century. In addition, it is contemporary art that has a special place in Palermo. Not only music, but also visual arts, dance, theater, and improvisation. This historic city, which is rich in monuments, from time to time hosts events related to the contemporary world. Also the very high-level events. However, returning to the richness of the 60s brings a kind of sense of nostalgia, a little bit like the nostalgia of the times of the King Roger that is perceived in the works of Karol Szymanowski. I started with Szymanowski not without a reason. Before delving into the vast subject of the International Weeks of New Music, I would like to mention another event linked to Polish music that animated the city in the year 1949. I'm talking about the Festival of the International Society for Contemporary Music, which in 1949 chose the city of Palermo as its venue. It was an important moment for the city and also for Polish music, because the opera King Roger by Karol Szymanowski was presented thanks to its artistic director, the work that reflects the composer's passion for Sicilian lands, their history, and their culture. The opera whose libretto was translated into Italian, and it was performed in Italian, for the occasion by the artistic director Filippo Ernesto Racuja, was conducted by the Polish director and composer Mieczysław Mierzejewski, and had the set designed by the famous Italian painter Renato Guttuso. The documents report the presence of John Cage to attend the performance. 9 years later, in 1958, the first chair of history of music was created at the University of Palermo, and the competition was won by Luigi Rognoni, a musicologist from Milan. Rognoni initially had Antonino Titone as assistant, but over the years other names have also arrived, such as Paolo Emilio Carapezza, Amalia Corisani, and Maria Antonella Balsano. But who exactly was Luigi Rognoni? This question has no simple answer. Luigi Rognoni, as you can see from the slide, was had many functions, many different occupations. So in the first, he was a musicologist and philosopher, of course. He was also a composer and author, a filmologist, the founder and curator of Cineteca Nazionale, what was the archives for cinematic materials, the founder of the third program of Radio Televisione Italiana, in the radio station, the founder of the Studio di Fonologia Rai, the phonologic studio in Milan, together with Luciano Berio, Roberto Leidi, and Bruno Maderna, the theater and cinema director, but also the political activist engaged in anti-fascism, what was very important for his whole life and all other works. Thanks to Luigi Rognoni and his assistant Antonino Titone, the GUNM was born in 1959, a university group for new music, with the aim of disseminating contemporary music to the public of Palermo. Among the repertoire stood out the composers of the Second School of Vienna, Bartók, Hindemith, Stravinsky, Ravel, and Varese, Martin, Milhaud, Poulenc, Casella, Petrassi, and Turki. The university group organized a total of 6 concerts between March 1959 and February 1960, when the time was ripe to move forward with the repertoire. What was the main task of this group? It was to make known the music of the, as we can say, the classical contemporary composers. So the International Weeks of New Music were born and lasted for 6 episodes of discontinuous cadence. Luigi Rognoni dissociated himself from the organization due to his rigid convictions with respect to the so-called post-Weberian neo-avant-gardes. Faithful to Adorno, Rognoni did not agree with the idea of denying any subjective attitude, of reducing music to pure and simple procedures within the material, and of deliberately forgetting the musical sense and the way to articulate it. It will therefore be Antonino Titone who will manage the new format, which, however, will have high-level helpers. Franco Evangelisti, Domenico Guacero, and Egisto Macchi, who in 1964 will also found the Nova Consonanza Association in Rome, Daniele Paris as artistic director, and the conductor and Andrzej Markowski, engaged in dossiers at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. Here on the map, we can see the triangle of 3 centers of contemporary music. It was the great dream of Sicilian and Italian lecturers and professors. Darmstadt with its Ferienkurse für Neue Musik, Warsaw Autumn, and finally the International Weeks of New Music of Palermo. Then let's go into the heart of the events of the weeks. At first, some archive images. These are the covers of the concert programs preserved in the private archive of Professor Carapezza, whom I thank for the occasion for his kindness and support for all my research. Which kind of events there were? There were 37 concerts, of course, in all 6 appointments, 7 conferences made by musicologists and performance, 6 musical theater performances. It was concentrated about the possibility and necessity of a new musical theater. 4 meetings of Gruppo 63, the literary meeting on the model of München Group 46, experimenting new forms of expression. This group was concerned about the literature and especially about poetry. 8 independent cinema events, debates, collective exhibitions, Revolt 1 about objective art, and Revolt 2 about visual arts, and panel discussions. And in the end, collage, dialoghi di cultura, collage, the dialogues about culture, an interdisciplinary, spoken, and after printed magazine. So the first major part of the festival, right after the concert, of course, consisted of lectures and debates. Here we have the main lecturers. So we can see the really great names of musicology and of composition: Heinz Klaus Metzger, Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, Paolo Emilio Carapezza, Luigi Nono, Mario Bartolotto, Roberto Pagano, Daniele Paris, Fedele D'Amico, Roman Vlad, Luciano Berio, Massimo Mila, Maurizio Cager, Egisto Macchi, Domenico Guaccero, and in the end, Michał Bristiger, that had his lecture in 1968 at the end of the festival, the last appointment, about the sonorism and structuralism, 2 ways to consider the music in Poland. Another interesting part are the new works, where there are new works of musical theater, many of which were world premieres. Here we don't have the Polish compositions, Polish performances, but we have very interesting titles by Egisto Macchi, Silvano Busotti, Vittorio Giammetti, Maurizio Cacher, Domenico Guaccero, and Carlo de Incontrera. And let's now look at the novelties of Polish music presented during the six events. We have some world premieres, and for example, the Zbigniew Wiśniewski Concentrazioni Espressive, presented at the first week, International Week of New Music in 1960, by Włodzimierz Kotoński, the trio per flauto, chitarra, percussione, presented at the second appointment in 1961. A world premiere by Juliusz Łuciuk, Passacaglia, presented at the last week of International Week of New Music. And it's interesting because Juliusz Łuciuk also played his composition. And after also the quartetto by Bogusław Szefer, quartetto that I didn't find anywhere. I wanted to control to check which is the composition, but unfortunately I don't find anything about this quartetto. And so we can see also that some of this composition were played at the Warsaw Autumn Festival as well as in Palermo, a Kotoński trio and Prima Sinfonia by Henryk Górecki that had its Italian premiere in Palermo in '61. Here we have some archival materials of the festival. This is the program, the poster of the first week of New Music. And we can see here the Concentrazioni Espressive by Zbigniew Wiśniewski. It was performed as the inauguration of all the festival. We can also see here the strophe by Krzysztof Penderecki, that it wasn't the first world premiere, but the Italian premiere of the composition. Here we have some example of the booklet of the festivals. Here, Włodzimierz Kotoński, Henryk Górecki, Heinrich, unfortunately with a mistake, and Krzysztof Penderecki. And here we have the program of the fourth International Week of New Music. with the Pacem in Terris by Juliusz Łuczuk, and also some notes about the composer and about the composition from the program, from the booklet. This composition was after, the score of this composition was after printed in one of the festival magazines that we will talk about in a few minutes. Okay, here we have some other works premieres. I put it in the presentation because they are really interesting. Because Palermo was at those times wasn't a big center for contemporary music, and the professors, the musicologists were able to invite all these great composers to present their compositions for the first time. Okay, the last aspect I want to present to you is the curious spoken magazine Collage that was born as a spoken magazine. What does it mean? It was like something like a conference with written pieces and read pieces. And after some years, Collage, for luck, because now we can read it, we can work on it, we can study it, was also printed. And this is a little booklet, booklet that speaks about all the numbers of Collage. As you can see, the notes are really interesting. Here is written, the first great international magazine exclusively dedicated to the newest tendencies in music and in visual arts. Here we can see then the musical direction. We see Paolo Mio Carapezza, Domenico Guaccero, Maurizio Cachel, and Heinz Klaus Metzger. Here another example of covers. It's a very interesting also the way of presenting this magazine. Here you can read that it is necessary for this magazine, one of the few in existence in the world to be exclusively dedicated to the latest music and visual arts, to be available in your bookshop and art gallery. So it's really interesting the way, the language that is used. Here is also there is also the note: being up to date is not a choice; it is a necessity. Collage is a rare chance nowadays of being up to date consciously. So it is. It's nice. It's nice as a publicity of the magazine. Okay, here we can see the Collage, the index of the Collage number 6, with Pacem in Terris by Juliusz Łuczuk in the first place. It was the full score that was printed in this magazine. There are also other different, very interesting texts, like those of Paolo Mio Carapezza, Henry Poussin, or Frederick Rzewski. After 1969, Paolo Mio Carapezza continued to collaborate with the Polish musicologist Michał Bristiger. Michał Bristiger, that was a great friend of Luigi Rognoni, a friend in the way of professional collaboration. There are the letters between two musicologists, and in the one of 1969, Luigi Rognoni speaks about the publication that he sent to Michał Bristiger, publication that was printed in Res Facta number 3 of 1969. Luigi Rognoni, The Philosophic Musicology by Adorno. Known thanks to the friendship that linked Bristiger to Rognoni, in fact, the Polish musicologist Michał Bristiger helped Karapetza in his research on Polish music performed in Warsaw and Krakow. Together, they have organized several seminars in Italy and Poland and have trained numerous young scholars who continue to carry on the collaboration to this day. Both composers were awarded for their huge work for the promotion of Polish and Italian music, especially the contemporary music. Karapetza was awarded by the Polish Composers Union, and Michał Bristiger obtained the honoris causa degree of the University of Palermo in 2004. Once the 6 additional editions of International Weeks for New Music were over, the festival was not renewed until 2014, when it came back to life thanks to the efforts of Professor Paolo Emilio Karapetza. On that occasion, I had the pleasure of introducing the Polish quartet Kwartludium, strongly desired by Professor Karapetza, who presented the music of Wojciech Zimowicz-Zych, Sławomir Wojciechowski, Dariusz Przybylski, Aleksandra Gryka, and Arne Sanders. There were also the other collaborations in those years, which were the fruit of the great friendship and the long-time collaboration between Karapetza and Rognoni. And there were also some publications, like the Minion in Polonia, Rielaborazioni, Poetic Reelaborations of the poetic and musical reelaborations of the ballad di Goethe by Maria Antonella Balsano. There were also the translation into Italian of Roman Ingarden's The Work of Music and the Problem of its Identity, made by Antonino Fiorenza. Antonino Fiorenza was one of the students of Professor Bristiger, students of Polish language. Professor Bristiger made also some course for Polish language here in Palermo. And the unpublished work, PhD thesis by Professor Pietro Misuraka, the pianistic opera by Karol Szymanowski. Professor Bristiger, according to his speeches, his publications, Warsaw and Palermo are linked by a special line that he defined as La Diagonale. He donated so much to the Palermo School of Music History and had a great influence in the training of young scholars, and that is why he was awarded at point the honoris causa degree. I want to conclude with some quotation by Michał Bristiger with words about the La Diagonale, this idea of the line that links Palermo with Warsaw, and some question that remains open. Two cities, Palermo and Warsaw, connected by a common line which is special, neither vertical, neither horizontal, nor meridian, nor parallel. I feel an overwhelming feeling that our relationship should probably be named in a special way, as it is, La Diagonale. We are doomed to this extraordinary diagonal relationship, geographical, cultural, musical, built not so much by nature as by cultural preference. Two cities, Palermo and Warsaw. What do they reveal and what do they bring to both cultures? And since the historical process is, following Krzysztof Pomian, not abrasion but sedimentation, then what does La Diagonale announce for the future? For this, I thank you for your attention, and I leave you to the reflection about the last phrases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's invite all of the speakers. Thank you very much for your presentations, for sharing with us your research results of research based mostly on primary sources. It's very valuable. Thank you for introducing many not so very known names of composers, of musicians. It's very important that your general reflection is connected with musicians who are able to be presented on this international forum. First of all, I would like to say something to Dr. Szczepan, who was the first speaker. Thank you for showing us the influence of Polish music in our Polish Warsaw Autumn Festival on Slovak composers. You show us many interesting scores. I wonder if they're published or they're still in manuscripts in your Slovak archives. Is it possible to go through these scores, musical scores?
Thank you for the question. Both are right. Some are still in manuscripts, some are published, but there is no problem to visit the archives, national archives, and make copies.
Okay, thank you. Speaking about Slovak and Polish relationship, it's good to add that Polish-born Roman Berger, Professor Roman Berger, who passed away last December and who lived in Slovakia, organized a festival of contemporary music titled Melos Ethos. Do you see any similarities between Warsaw Autumn concept and Melos Ethos Festival?
Yes, I really sorry I forgot to mention that about the initiative of the young composers, in which belonged also Roman Berger, and it started I think in 1968 when these composers want to found international festival according to Warsaw Autumn, and unfortunately the normalization in 70s everything broke up, and as you see that the Melos Ethos was found in 1991, and it was rehabilitation for all these composers who were persecuted during normalization, as Roman Berger was. So yes, Warsaw Autumn is a model for this festival, and I think the first volume of Melos Ethos, there was a Warsaw Autumn as a collaborator or something like that for some concerts. Musica Nova from Katowice, I think, or something like that. So yes, there's a connection between these festivals.
Let me say something personal. I was in Bratislava in my student year, and just in Bratislava I realized the significance of Warsaw Autumn Festival for music for music abroad, because I was treated as a representative of a country where the Warsaw Autumn Festival music is realized. And it was very strange for me as for a young student, because for me I was a representative of Chopin, of Polish composer like Chopin, for instance. But in Bratislava, every professor of musicology treated me as a representative of Warsaw Autumn Festival. So it was very intriguing for me, and then the situation repeated in many post-communist countries where I had been as a musicologist in Croatia, for instance, in Lithuania. Every people taught me first on Warsaw Autumn Festival. So it was one of the reasons that me with my colleague Beata Bolesławska-Lewandowska, who had the idea to organize such conference, decided after our personal experience with musicologists from other countries. So thank you, Michał. Then Professor Beregowa. Olena, thank you very much for your presentation and for beautiful and intriguing music. Thank you for this musical example. It's really good to listen music during musicological conferences. So thank you very much. And also, I'm very grateful for your impressive and very detailed panorama of Ukrainian presence at the Warsaw Autumn Festival. It was really huge work. I can imagine to reconstruct all of these concerts, to find recordings and so on. And what's important that you show us also not only the concert, but the influence on the Ukrainian cultural life, telling about Kiev Musical Festival, for instance. It was organized in post-communist era, am I right? This festival?
This festival was organized by Ukrainian composer Ivan Karabits in cooperation with the Ukrainian Composers Union. And it was when, before Ukraine starting in an independent country. The first time it was at 1990, and Ukraine became an independent country in 1991. And the first festival was at the last year in Soviet Ukraine.
Yes, comment.
Yes. And thank you very much for your idea, this conference. I very appreciate your efforts. And I want to say that the Warsaw Autumn is very important, and I would like to mark the influence and the impact of Warsaw Autumn on the development of Ukrainian musical culture in general. Because Warsaw Autumn, as I mean, was and is for Ukrainian composers window to Europe. And the first composers whose works were performed in Warsaw Autumn Festival, Leonid Grabowski, Valentin Silvestrov, and some others, they were the pioneers in Ukrainian music who cut the window to European musical culture and represent Ukrainian panorama of avant-garde trends. In Ukrainian music, we have such composer as Boris Latoshinsky. At the very beginning of 20th century, he started to use dodecaphony technique in his works, but then he he took a name formalist, and he was very accurate with modern composition techniques, because it was not in the tendencies of socialist realism. And I tried to mark his influence on Ukrainian composers school in my speech. And I think we should research and we should investigate this figure and find more facts that will show us a real significance of this composer and his composition class.
Thank you very much also for your kind words concerning the impact of Warsaw Autumn Festival on the musical culture of your country. It's also very nice and important that you add some names of women composers. There were three, if I'm right. The three between 28 of representative. Okay.
Yeah, only 3 Ukrainian women composers were performed on this festival, but I think in the future we can hear more women composer works.
For sure. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, Dr. Monika Prusak, thank you. Thank you also for presenting us the Festival of Music in Palermo with fascinating program and this accompanying events, not only music but also conferences. It was really, I think, great period for musical life in Palermo, but also for Warsaw, because thanks to a kind of transfer of ideas between Karapetsa and Bristiger, we were able to participate in some way in this high musical life of the south of Italy. Thank you very much also for remaining the name of Professor Michał Bristiger, who passed away sometime and a few years ago. And here in Warsaw, we realized the great importance of this context, Polish-Italian context. We are able to read, thanks to the series Nuove Pagine, for instance, and Pagine, this Polish-Italian studies published in, I think, 70s and 80s and even 90s. So thanks to the publication, we are still able to have contact with this really great world of music and intellectual power of the person you mentioned in your paper. So really, thank you very much. Do you think that the festival, this Italian festival in Palermo, had something similar with character concept with our Warsaw festival?
Yes, Professor Karapetsa was my professor too. Says always that Warsaw Autumn Festival was like an example, a great example for them. Also, the friendship with the composers, with the directors, Markowski. It was very important to have an idea how to organize everything. Of course, they had also their own ideas, no? Because all these meetings, not musical meetings, literature and poetry and music theater. These ideas came from here, from Palermo. There were also another aspect that I didn't mention, maybe that Professor Karapetsa says always, that they had fun to organize the Polish-Italian concerts in a way that the Polish conductor Markowski were conducting Italian pieces, and Daniele Paris Polish compositions. So it was like some other level of exchange between them. Of course, there is also a lot of critic about, because of the interpretation that maybe not wasn't exactly how the critics were expecting and such things, but it is a big work, a big research to do in the future. It could be very interesting to know how it was received also.
Definitely, definitely.
Mhm.
Thank you, all of you. Maybe you would like to ask or comment each other.
Only to say thank you very much for your work, for your investigation and research work. It's very hard and very necessary for the future development of musical culture.
Thank you too. I think all of us would like to relax after such important and long day. So I would like to close this session and invite you tomorrow at 11. So thank you again and
Thank
see you
you very
tomorrow.
much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.